Bienvenue, bastards. My name's Matirasu, and we're doing another Plague Parable stream. Hooray! I'm just gonna go ahead and get introductions out of the way kind of quick, because I'm really excited about shit that's gonna happen this session. Hi, I'm Maddie. Name's Matirasu. I'm the dude who puts on these streams and stuff. I'm also the DM of this campaign. And Shika, you wanna take after?
I'm Damien, Austria Possum Ranger, and I fucking finally have a face.
Oh yeah, that's right. Damien does have a talkie now. Sorry, Beatrix. Go on ahead.
Yeah, I am Atropine Dreams. I'm playing Beatrix, the Vulpin rogue sorceress. Yeah.
Brian.
Hi everyone, I'm Brian. I play the lovable sloth, Manuelo. There's no chaos planned at all, don't worry.
Live.
There's
Oh,
always
that's
chaos.
ominous.
And finally, we have our boy, KosmoMitch.
Alright, hey everybody, I'm KosmoMitch. When I'm not here, I do
Brian the
occasionally
Wolf
stream on
gifted 1
Twitch at my
subscriptions.
channel. But today I am playing Gabriel. So Gabriel started out this quest thinking that he was willing to do whatever it takes to stop the plague and keep everyone safe. But now he's starting to discover what people mean when they say whatever it takes.
Thank you, Brian, for gifting a sub on the channel. Unfortunately, I cannot grant you the same privileges that other people get for donating because, you know, conflict of interest and shit. But Mimic has chosen to give the DM disadvantage. So we'll figure out what that means later, I guess.
Maybe for one of the maybe for like one of the NPCs or someone.
You're welcome.
I've got a different idea. Also, we're very near to a hype train. Although I'm very late in saying that. Only a couple seconds left to go. Thank you, Gustamonic, for the follow, and now we can begin. So, I believe we left off leaving the undermarket of Arloris. If we went back the way we came, we are surrounded by a crowd of very confused and horrified people. However, you guys do manage to make it out safely without being trampled by the crowd.
Damien left carrying a Manuelo.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Damien, Karen, and Manuelo. Beatrix, you doing anything special? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that probably leaves me and Beatrix carrying the body out.
Yeah, we're trying to look as normal as possible while carrying a bound and gagged invisible dude.
You do.
Not sure how you're managing that, but tell you what, let's go ahead and use the DM disadvantage right now. We're gonna see if anyone notices that shit.
Oh no.
Yes. Oh wait, no, that would be more out of place than Damien just carrying a sloth out of the area.
Oh, whoops, I forgot. I have disadvantage.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Application did not respond. Don't love that. Hello, Epic Bro. No, you didn't miss anything yet. You did miss one of the most hilarious descriptions I've ever seen. And you guys will be happy to know, on a 6, no one notices that you guys are carrying an invisible corpse. Perhaps they just believe you're, I don't know, cross-training with no weights, doing exercise on the easiest setting. The other roll Mimic was a 19. Someone definitely would have noticed on that.
I think a 6 is better than 19.
Yes, so
Yep.
thank you, Nick. You saved us from possibly having to kill someone.
But as the crowd of people filter out through the courtyard of the university, depending on where Beatrix and Gabriel are taking the body, you guys might be left alone inside of the storage shed. for a brief moment.
I think the best idea is to take him to the wagon.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. We shouldn't have to worry about getting surprised by anybody.
Yeah, no one's just gonna be wandering in there, so
All right. So we're taking this this invisible bound gagged person to the wagon. Do we have a method for doing this? Because you were about to leave the university, and another group of NPCs is going to get the opportunity to spot you.
that's a fair question, huh?
Dear, are we potentially with them?
I would hope you're staying close enough.
Yes.
So there's a moment in Thor Ragnarok that I do want to try.
Oh no.
Remember what we said about setting precedents. That said, go ahead.
Get help.
What?
Oh.
I'm afraid to know what that means.
Oh, have y'all not seen that? Oh god. Oh. Um it's a part of one of the movies. Thor throws Loki at some people.
Yes.
That he's sick.
I'm going to yeet.
All right. Query whether Gabriel and Beatrix will let you do that, but up to them.
Sure, Gabriel's just focused on getting this body to its destination.
All right. So what's the plan? What are we doing to conceal ourselves, or are we legitimately just throwing the body?
No, not the body.
No, don't throw the fucking body.
No, I thought it was going to be throw Manuelo into a large crowd of people,
Oh,
Yes. Pretend
and
to be
then
drunk as well.
I'm gonna use invisibility.
okay.
all right. Damien's invisible. What were you saying, Beatrix?
I was just saying I don't see how throwing Manuelo at people is gonna help.
Distracting.
I need to check the description on something real quick.
And I need to change to the right talkie. I just realized I've been the wrong face
Oh,
this
no.
entire time.
Okay.
The wrong Maddie. Oh no.
There we
Oh,
go.
no.
Epic Bro, they absolutely can do that. In fact, the person they're carrying is invisible, but it's going to be difficult to act natural while carrying an invisible person.
Yeah, I just can't make us all invisible, unfortunately.
I have enough slots to cast on me and Manuelo.
Oh, so you're throwing invisible Manuelo. Oh my god.
I think
The
we better
biggest
swap back
danger.
to you two go invisible and carry the body instead.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you can make two other people invisible, then just make two of us invisible, and the two invisible people carry the invisible corpse. Well, it's not a corpse, I guess. It might be eventually, but for right now, it's a people.
Yeah.
Do it. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, turn him invisible.
Oh no, I have one more free casting of invisibility. No, I have one more casting of invisibility. I forgot I have one.
Darn it.
Well, but you
Right.
just yourself, didn't you? So you're already invisible.
I have once per long rest casting of it and 4 slots.
Okay.
I mean, I could probably just put up a fog cloud as we try to make our way through, but that's only going to do so much.
Yeah.
Because us running out of a fog cloud looking like we're carrying something versus running right now looking like we're carrying something. I don't know which one would be less suspicious.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to look it up just to be sure. We can't do the just make a bunch of people invisible because it's concentration.
Yeah, no.
Okay, then I think we're back to you two causing a distraction.
And us just sprinting with the body. Or,
I-
okay, I do have minor illusion. I could make like plague pustules appear on a wall near the crowd of people to scatter them.
Hell yes.
Give him a heart attack. Let's go.
Yeah,
Oh dear.
is doing stuff like that might cause like panic to spread throughout the city. So I want to get y'all's input before doing something like that.
Oh, I agree with it.
Wait. But there is the risk of it not working due to the fact being we're in a area that's that's a magic dampening field.
Actually, you guys are in the one spot that isn't.
Yeah, on the university, it's
Yeah,
not.
we haven't entered into the dampening field yet.
Wow.
God, dude might become visible again once we leave the university. That would be an issue.
Unless we throw cloaks on top of him and just make sure that he's hidden while he's tied up.
Don't mind us, we're just carrying a funeral coffin over to our next destination.
Yeah, hold on, where are we? Are there just any boxes nearby? Any crates that look large enough to fit this person?
In the storage shed, yes, there are many oaken crates which you could use to to transport your person.
Oh, well, fuck. Let's just
Yeah,
crack
that's
those open and stick them in there.
yeah. I think that's the better plan.
We just have to be careful cracking them open so we don't break it.
Yeah, certainly
Alright.
we can open some crates without destroying them.
Yeah. Are we able to get into the storage shed without issue?
You guys came from inside the storage shed.
We did?
Yeah.
Yeah, the cat
Yeah.
market was in there. So we're
Oh.
just out.
Alright, we turn back around, I guess.
Quickly. Damien and I can distract him if we need be.
Damien's
Yeah.
still carrying Manuelo.
But yeah,
Alright.
well, we'll just do that. We'll crack open one of these crates, stuff old buddy in, and then, we'll head back home. And it's much easier to explain, you know, why we're carrying a random crate than a body.
Yeah, I think that should be the plan.
Yeah.
All
And if
right.
any students asks like, oh no, we're just carrying it to help with a teacher moving some major supplies for class tomorrow.
So the boxes you find are more than large enough to fit your newfound friend inside of. They're just not very long, so once you have the man properly wrapped up into a ball, you are able to sit him down inside of the crate and latch it shut. You now have a crate of person.
Fantastic. Let's get the
Okay.
fuck out of here.
Yep. And then we pick back up and go.
All right. Carry the crate down the street. Locals kind of give you the side eye, wondering why you're leaving the university with a crate, but no one gives you much question. All the way up until you reach the wagon. At the wagon, and by virtue at the inn, a small crowd has gathered to enjoy some drinks on what is the beginning of the weekend nights. Of course, you have no trouble avoiding issue with this crowd as you get around to the stables and to your wagon.
Okay. Did you want to drop him off inside?
yeah, we're gonna go ahead and head inside the wagon, get everything locked up, and then open up the crate and get old
All
buddy.
right.
I'm gonna gently set down Manuelo.
Well,
You're still carrying him, yes.
Yes, that's what I said. I'm gonna gently set down Manuelo.
okay. Well, the moment that we set down the crate and everyone's inside, Gabriel's going to stop and before we start to try and open it. Okay. Beatrix, how many people did we just kill trying to chase this lead?
2, I think. Yeah, just the 2.
That's optimistic. How about how many people did we just infect trying to chase this lead?
And nobody touched it. It'll be fine.
Listen, we can't. Definitely just unleashed an outbreak through the undermarket. God, okay. Listen, just whatever you need to do to get this done, go do it. I need to go make sure we didn't just kill this entire city.
Uh, okay, Gabriel. Honestly, bit surprised to find you so caring about the scum of this city, but if it'll
Listen,
ease.
we can't just try to solve the plague only to find out that every place had everyone die first. That'd be so pointless and waste so many people's lives. I need to go figure out how they deal with their outbreaks. I don't care what it takes to get answers out of this guy, just get the answers.
Understand.
All right. Well, just be careful what you say. Don't go leading the guards on some.
Maybe stay away to the person that gave you that ring.
I'll be careful. And also, I'm going to point back at the crate. Make sure you didn't just carry an infected into our wagon. And then I'm going to fling the door open and run out.
Will do.
Well, that was something. I think Gabriel's a little bit stressed.
Completely understand.
Should we just get to it then? We need to find Morgan. Where is she?
Odds are she's in the barn again.
All right. Well then. Do you want to go get her, or I can?
I'll
Someone
go
needs
get
to
her.
get out of the box.
I'll go get Morgan.
All right. I will get our guest ready for our meeting this evening.
Does Gabriel remember where Morgan said she'd be?
I told her to take the cat to one of the medical centers. So
Alright.
Gabriel's running to the nearest medical center to the wagon.
Okay. Alright. So, the nearest medical center is not too far down from the business end of Arloris. The area that you guys were staying in at the inn, several blocks down, is an infirmary for people with lesser infections and ills. This is where you would find Morgan, just kind of sitting about the courtyard, keeping an eye on the cat, who is still lying down, eyes closed, kind of curled up.
Okay. Well, once I get there, I'm gonna go past Morgan for now, maybe give like a quick wave to show that I see her. But I'm going to go up to whatever the lobby reception area would look like.
All right. At the desk, there is a young woman. Her back is turned to you. She's reading some pages off at the back end. Still, there's a bell that sits on the desk that could summon her attention if needed.
Okay. I'm going to like quickly slam down on the bell, but not like repeatedly ring it.
Yeah, this gives the young woman a start. She drops the pages she was looking at, hands up in the air, and she slowly turns to face you. Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?
Listen, I need to report an outbreak in the city.
An outbreak?
Yes. There was. I was. I was in over by that storage shed at the university when there was a fight that broke out, and then all of a sudden, a bunch of spores burst from a guy's chest.
I see. I'll dispatch a team straight away. Are there any other details we ought to know about?
I mean, it was a very crowded area, and everyone fled the scene. So, I don't know how well you'd be able to figure out who was in contact.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it surely isn't your fault. I'll get a team on that right away. Thank you for letting us know.
Of course.
And with that, she'll scoop up the pages and hurriedly walk off to some other section of the infirmary.
Okay. Well, Gabriel did hearing. Well, at least it wasn't your fault. Was definitely difficult for Gabriel to handle in that moment, but he is going to take a second to calm down a bit and head over to Morgan.
Morgan is gonna roll insight. She may not have to, but I'm just choosing to have her do so. On a 10, she is faintly oblivious that anything is wrong. She looks up at you and says, "How's the search?"
Well, we did find a dragon monk. Well, several, but we have one with us back in the wagon. The others are supposed to be interrogating him.
All right. So we have a lead. That's very good. What was the undermarket like?
Well, the undermarket's going to be very different soon. There was an outbreak there.
An outbreak. So
Yeah.
let me get this right. Were you there? Were you exposed?
Gabriel's going to take a look around and make sure there's nobody nearby.
There is not.
Okay. Well, we killed one of the monks that we killed. His chest and there was a giant pustule on his chest, and it burst open, releasing spores. We think everybody's okay, at least for the time being, but we'll need to check on that repeatedly to make sure over the next couple days.
With each word, Morgan is making more and more progress, standing and backing away from you. I see. Well, if you would be so kind as to keep watch on that situation elsewhere. I'm sorry. I've seen what this disease does to people, and I don't want to risk infection.
Yeah, understood. But I need to go deal in while they're getting answers out of that guy. I need to go deal with our other crisis. So, I'm gonna go ahead and reach over to grab the cat.
Wait, are you sure he won't be are you sure he won't be infected as well?
I'm safe. I promise.
Well, I guess there's no helping it then. He's in your care.
All right. If I don't, I need to go deal with our other problems. If I don't come back tomorrow by noon, tell the others that I was investigating the professor.
Okay, all right, I'll do it.
I'm sure you don't. I don't want to trouble you with the details, but yeah, please just let the others know.
Of course. Be safe then.
You too.
And with that, she'll turn and walk towards the infirmary.
Yeah. And then Gabriel is going to put the cat in his bag and head over towards the university.
All right. Before we get into what's going on at the university proper, I want to give everyone one last little bit of spotlight because I anticipate this is going to be a long scene. So, Damien, is there anything in particular you want to get done before Gabriel arrives at the university?
Damien's just gonna check for Morgan at the barn, just looking around, just wandering, just trying to clear his head.
All right. You search and search, but it seems there is no Morgan to be found at the barn.
Damien's just clearing his head.
All right. Beatrix.
She is just getting old buddy out of the box, getting him tied up somewhere and secure, and assuming everyone wants to be here for the interrogation, she's just sort of sitting and guarding him and sharpening her daggers.
All right. And finally, Manuelo.
So Manuelo definitely wants to be here and everything, but knowing with the potential of people getting infected, he's going to carefully check this dude, like while he's bound up, making sure there's no pustules or anything on him.
All right. You're able to check the man over pretty well without unbinding him. You are content with your knowledge that he is not infected, at least not visibly.
No, after that, Manuel is just going to sit back after sharing the information.
All right.
I mean, I think you can probably do the interrogation first before I make it to the university.
Yeah, I was about to suggest we do that unless you three seriously want Gabriel to be there.
I mean, if Gabriel doesn't want to be there, or if Gabriel ends up taking a significant amount of time, then yeah, they could probably just go ahead and start, because Gabriel mentioned that he'd probably be out for a while, so. But we need Morgan at least. She's the one who knows what the fuck is up with these monks. So
Well, do you want to go retrieve Morgan then?
yeah, if Damien didn't end up finding her and it's been a while, then yeah, Beatrix will leave Damien and Manuelo to look after our guest while she goes and hunts down.
Yeah, I was about to say eventually Damien would go back to the wagon.
All right. Go ahead and roll investigation, if you will, Beatrix.
Oh, how wonderful. Investigation. 12.
All right. On a 12, you're able to track her down pretty easily. She is back in the market district shortly after her encounter with Gabriel. She gives you the details of that before, awaiting your response and your summons.
Well, we've got our guest ready, and we are confident that he is uninfected. Given that this is your lead and you actually have some knowledge and connection to our guests, I think it appropriate you be there for the interrogation. Would you mind joining us?
Not at all. May we find something useful out of this lead.
That is the hope. Yeah, and then we'll just head on back and get ready to get started.
All right. With Morgan safely back at the wagon with you all, it is time for the interrogation to begin. And your little friend hadn't been too hostile up until this point. Rather docile for someone who's been taken hostage and only lightly roughed up. However, his face changes when Morgan enters the room. Right. I should have figured you would have been involved in this somehow. Out with it. Do you intend to kill me? Is this some assassination mission you've been sent on?
No, unless we want to.
Well, I'll keep that in mind. Then, do tell me what this is actually about. He'll say, kind of looking over all of you.
Well, we are tracking down information about the plague, its origins, and a potential cure. And our friend Morgan here says that you and your friends are a potential lead. So you're going to tell us what you know, and if you play nice, it doesn't have to get ugly. As she says that, she's going to take one of her daggers and break off the handle so she can pull the tang out. She's going to hold it by the tang and then use shocking grasp to electrify the knife and just point it at him.
Well, okay, you know what? Roll intimidation if you'd like to. Because that sounds like you're trying to intimidate.
All right. I'm surprisingly not very good at that. Intimidation plus. Oh, 18 though. There we go.
Okay. I was about to say, I can't imagine this failing.
You're giving this dude a fucking heart attack. How would this fail?
So, he looks at the blade, then back up at you, and says, "If cooperation is the price of comfort, then I shall cooperate. What are your questions?"
She's gonna look over at Morgan because we're tracking these people down on her behalf.
Of course. And Morgan will take the lead here, saying, "It's well known that you began spreading these so-called prophecies about some great infestation spreading across the world years before this happened. You were cast out, called hereticals, and yet your little prophecy has come true. I want to know why." The man shrugs and says, "Prophecies are as they are, and we only knew that this was coming by virtue of, well, inner peace, inner understanding, knowing the world around us in the way that only dragon monks can, he says with a smug smile. Morgan. Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to have a question answered, dude.
Very well, brother.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
know that one of your own men were infected with the plague?
He'll shrug and say, unfortunate situation, that. We believe he caught the infection during an attack while we were entering Arloris. I don't know if you knew, but the infected tend to gather outside of this place.
I know very well.
Morgan shakes her head. If it were some message brought to you by Ethos or the weave or whatever it is that you claim you've tapped into, the elders would have found it years before you had. Tell me the truth. How did you know this was coming? I've given you my answer, sister. I'm afraid I have no more information for you.
I still can't hide the feeling that you're holding something.
He just, again, just kind of shrugs, tilting his head as he says, hate to break it to you.
Can I roll insight?
Go for it.
Can I also roll insight?
A fat 3 incoming, y'all.
Anyone who would like to roll may. Anyone who is
Insight.
present.
Ooh, that's actually kind of nice.
Oh, finally, I rolled a good insight roll. That's 22.
Dirty 20.
Holy shit. Yeah.
15.
Here's a normal roll.
You're all aware that this guy is misleading you.
Beatrix is going to smile, walk up to him, jam the dagger in his shoulder, and say,
No.
Do you want to
There-
talk about that again?
Alright, it seems like Damien had a dissenting voice there, so...
Oh, yeah, if you want to stop her, feel free.
Damien just stops her and just shows the battle axe. If you want, I can re-break those legs. Just eyes glinting, smirking.
He'll chuckle and say, if pain and coercion are the only strings to your bow, I'm afraid you found the wrong monk to negotiate with. Morgan will tell you I can be quite resistant to interrogation.
I need to check something.
Epic bro, why'd you have to make it weird?
What do they do?
He said, damn, they're into it.
Oh, no. You want to know the problem with this? Manuel is looking at this dude and is like, he's hiding stuff. I'm going to fucking smite this dude with a firebolt in his mouth.
Yeah, dude can be as cocky as he wants, but everyone has a limit.
Can you reach it before he dies?
Well
Let's
done,
find
big
out.
peepee.
Oh, damn it. Okay, I can't do that, unfortunately. Oh, wait. Oh, yes, I can. Question mark? Oh, no, I'm one short. God damn it. All right.
Spell slots.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could convert the first level slots I have left to a second, so I could use detect thoughts. But I am unfortunately one slot short.
I'm out, so dude's getting firebolted to death if he does something.
Well, we could always try just, straight up torture tonight. And if it doesn't work, we can come back with all our spell slots tomorrow and really start fucking with him.
Ooh. Why does it feel like our friendly neighborhood Gabriel's going to hate us if we do this?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I would rather get the interrogation over with tonight so that we can just kill this dude and get rid of the body before Gabriel comes back.
Fair.
But no, Beatrix will walk over to Morgan and put that question to her, actually, and just be like, I don't know how. She's just gonna walk up and be like, well, I don't know how sturdy you monks are, but he seems pretty confident. We can always go this route if you want, she says, holding up the dagger. And I'm sure everyone has a limit, and we might reach his before the night is out. Or, if you'd
You
rather try
know,
a little more delicate, we could always take the night to rest, and those of us who will regain
I
some can come back and really start fucking with him.
I have a certain spell I can cast that allows me to contact ghosts. I can unleash them if I use it too much, though. And you wouldn't want that now, would you?
I wouldn't want that in our wagon.
Definitely not.
Please do not get our wagon haunted.
That's one way to get your party to hate you, getting the wagon possessed.
Demon wagon incoming.
Morgan will nod and say, I do think it's best that we look at potential alternatives. We were all trained against, well, against an aversion to pain. It's just part of being a monk, I'm afraid. You may well kill him before he reaches his breaking point.
I was worried you'd say that. All right, well, if we take the night, we can come back in the morning and I'll be able to take a look behind the curtain for us. It should make things significantly easier.
I'm glad you see reason, she says with a smile.
I agree.
Manuel is just gonna look back and I'm just like, please make it easy on yourself so that we don't actually have to do her plan. Because I know it's intrusive on the mind and everything. And we definitely don't want to see your embarrassing memories of when you were a kid.
A student in training has no need to be ashamed of his failures. If you're hoping to blackmail me to death, I'm afraid that's not going to work either, he responds smugly.
That's not what I was
I mean,
bringing
you're
up. I
already one
was
failure from getting your own their buddies killed.
That's not what I was bringing up. I was more bringing up, because it looks like you joined in order to protect or defend someone, if anything. What happens if we find out who those people are and then just find them and kill them out of nowhere?
Brian, make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh, God. He's tied up. What?
Oh, no, I got a +1 at least.
Hey, you remember that racial trait that dragons have, baby?
No, I don't. I haven't played a dragon before.
Shit.
You're about to be reminded. Let me remind myself what element this is supposed to be.
Oh, fucker.
Oh, breath weapon.
Oh, this is gonna sting.
Only hitting Manuelo.
Yeah.
Manuel was like standing away from everyone else anyway. This is gonna fucking sting.
As you begin mentioning someone to protect, you see his face contort slightly. And as you say, if we find out who that person is, he won't even let you finish speaking before you see the pressure build up in his cheeks and he spits acid at you.
Motherfucker.
So that's going to be 1d8. Acid if it matters. I don't think it does. For 6 damage.
When he does that, Beatrix is going to rush forward and grab some rope and gag him again. And then she's gonna look up at Morgan and say, because Morgan's also a dragon, she's gonna say, "Is that biological?"
Yes. You can
Can
see
you
why
tell
I
me
avoid doing that myself. It's quite unpleasant to watch.
Ow,
Looks like
ow,
it hurts.
ow,
Does it
ow,
say it?
ow.
Never mind.
Okay,
Where is
hold on. There were a
Where's
lot
that?
of thoughts going on at the same time just now. So from left to right, Damien, what did you just say?
Damien's just like, looks like it hurts. Does you stay in your like? Never mind. I'm not gonna question where a dragon holds their breath weapon.
Beatrix, your turn.
I am? She's gonna look at Morgan and be like, "How and where is that produced?"
Epic bro. I assume acid breathness. What? Oh, it's just vomiting. Okay. Well, where does any creature store bile?
Got it. We need to remove the gallbladder.
There's no special organ for this. It's just what
Just
his.
just repurposed.
That is truly vile.
I agree. I don't like this part of being a dragon.
Well, there goes my fun.
There are things about ourselves that we don't like, but we can't control.
I mean, the entire time, you guys are talking about this, by the way, and even while you're gagging him again, he's just smirking. He didn't care if he hurt Manuelo, he just wanted to make a point, and he's happy that he seems to have done so. Speaking of, Manuelo, your turn. What was that you said earlier?
Manuel was just like writhing on the ground as like the acid's burning him, just saying repeatedly, "Ow, ow, 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 ow." So as he's going to like slowly, like manage to go to possibly like a shower or washroom or anything with water and just
I'm
like
gonna cast Cure
quickly hose
Wounds.
himself.
Alright. So, yeah, Manuelo's going to be hosing himself off while Damien casts what? Cure Wounds? Was it?
Cure Wounds.
Yeah. Alright. Go ahead and roll up that healing.
I'm just checking my ability modifier. That's 1d8. 3. Yeah, 8 HP.
Y'all remember that funny song that I posted earlier?
Don't.
Well, I mean, it's no longer playing.
I still
Damien gets
don't.
healed for 8 HP.
It's
I
one of
mean,
the bops from.
Manuelo.
It's one of the bops from Pokemon Black and White.
Ah. Anyhow. So. Yeah, you've you've managed to calm the regurgitating hostage you guys have. Well, not hostage, captive is probably a better word. Do we
Maybe
have?
we should find something acid-proof in case it kind of will melt through.
Yeah, Beatrix is going to make sure to, like, basically muzzle the dragon with rope, as opposed to just having a gag in its mouth. Just going to basically wrap rope all the way down its muzzle as tight as possible, making sure its mouth is just completely closed off and it's not going to be able to burn through the ropes.
And soon enough, you do have the the dragon muzzled. His jaw is completely immobile, and you can see the idea of burning through the ropes has crossed his mind, but once he builds up another breath, he is unable to release it. His jaw is shut tight.
She just smirks at him when he tries.
For the pistol, I'm just gonna shoot at him with the pistol. Can I?
Yes, you absolutely may shoot at this man with a pistol.
Are oh god.
Why? There's no
Revenge!
reason.
You're just using him as target practice. That's fucked up.
Please tell me you mean this is a warning shot.
No, I'm using a direct response to hitting Manuelo. 26.
Shit, shoot him in the leg at least. Don't kill him.
Oh no, I'm shooting him in the leg.
Okay. Yeah, anything you rolled would have hit, because as far as the coup de grace rules are concerned, he cannot resist. So you may choose to coup de grace him instead of just roll up the attack, but I don't know if you want to.
No. I'm gonna shoot him in the leg.
Alright. And go ahead and take max damage on that. So how much will that do total?
1d10 plus 3.
Alright, so 13.
Don't kill him, please.
So yeah, gunfire rings throughout the cabin. Morgan's jaw kind of falls open, and she's like, "What the hell are you doing? You understand we need him alive."
I didn't hit any vital organs. I made sure he did as much damage to him as he did to my friend.
Beatrix.
It's a funny thing about friends, isn't it?
Beatrix, wrangle your creatures.
Question before she responds to that. Does Dragon Dude have wings?
Yes.
She's just gonna look at Morgan and be like, nicer than what I had planned.
All right. Anything else we want to do before heading over to the university?
Oh, are we? Oh no, you mean switching?
Yeah, switching over to Gabriel's point of view.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I guess it continues in the morning then.
Yeah, we will be continuing this interrogation, when I can fuck around in his head.
Like, Damien just did something that's fair judgment to him.
We need him fucking alive.
I shot his leg. He hit you with acid. He can live.
I was gonna cut one of his wings off.
Yeah, I knew that's where you were going when you when you asked that question. All right.
On to Gabriel and the cat then.
Yeah. Well, Gabriel's gonna try and get from the medical center to the university courtyard as quickly as possible to reduce the amount of time that Capper's spending in that dampener.
All right. Yeah, Capper's condition doesn't worsen as you travel through the dampening sphere. It's obvious he's a little more uncomfortable than usual, but he's been in there a lot longer and not died.
Mhm.
So yeah, you arrive at the university. Where to from here?
So I'm going to head over to, I guess that was the dorms where Miguel was.
That's right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna head that way, but before I actually go in the building, I'm gonna look on the courtyard for a decent hiding spot to stash the ring.
All right. Uh, let's see. Whereabouts are you thinking of stashing the ring?
Is there like a set of hedges decorating the entryway or something like that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, then let's say like in the fifth set of hedge roots I see, I'm gonna like dig down and put it there.
All right. And this is outside of the dorms, yeah?
Yeah, it's outside in the courtyard.
All right. And then where to from here?
I'm going to head inside and go to Miguel's room.
Now, is that the room where you met Miguel or Miguel's office? Or the room
Well,
Miguel brought you to, I mean.
the room where I got clothes from him.
Got you. All right. You approach the door to Miguel's office, which is cracked slightly. The flicker of a candlelight from inside indicates that the room is occupied.
All right. I'm gonna give like a polite knock on the door.
All right. And from inside, you'll hear, "Oh, come on in, I guess."
All right. Then I'm gonna push open the door, step inside, and then shut it behind me.
I gotta be honest, Seraphine, I didn't think you'd change your... Oh. Hi, Gabriel.
Hi. So, I need a favor.
What favor?
I have a I have a cat here that's very very negatively affected by dampening fields, and I need a spot to stay tonight so that I can spy on the professor.
Oh, wow. You know, I didn't imagine you'd think about taking the professor on yourself. Or, well, spying on him.
I gave the professor access to a gem that may or may not allow him to summon a dangerous creature. I can't unleash more chaos upon this city.
I see. Wait, isn't he studying those things, though? Even if he can summon something, would he even know what to do with it?
I don't know what's going to happen if he succeeds at summoning it. It may murder him and run loose. He may be able to control it and turn it on other people. I'm not willing to take that chance.
I see. Well, sure, I can house the cat for a while.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna pull out 2 silver and toss them over his way. I'll double it if you get me a continental breakfast in the morning.
Sounds like a deal, then.
So I guess once that's done, I'm also going to swap out. Maybe I'll keep on the university clothes. Yeah, I'll keep on the university clothes, but I'm gonna like let Capper out of the bag, and then like basically I'm going to wild shape into the cat directly in front of him in full view.
Into the cat? Or, sorry, into the cat form you've been using to communicate with, Capper? Thank you, I do things, for 500 bits. That...
Yep, the same cat I've been using to communicate before.
Gotcha. Since you got me thinking about it, just one second, sorry, Gabriel.
Okay.
Yeah, we are a little short of our Sing at FWA bits goal. So I haven't actually planned for to have to sing at FWA. That said, probably still going. You know, the original intention of this goal was to kind of fund the trip, but we got a job since then, so we're definitely making it one way or another. But I want to thank you, Toshime, I Do Things, Brian, all major contributors towards this goal. And hey, if between now and then we do actually meet that goal, I'll have a video for you guys on May the 13th. So yeah. Anyways, Gabriel, so uh so let's see. All right, so you've transformed into the cat. Now, are you trying to get the attention of Miguel or the cat with this?
Well, so I was transforming directly in front of Capper in full view
Okay.
of him. So I did want him to see me transform this time.
Got you. The cat will raise its head as much as it can and say, I suspected you were strange.
Yeah. So, I guess I'll start by saying, so, obviously, this is not my true form. I've been doing this to try and figure out how to talk to you and how to help you. I'm really sorry about the dampener problem last night.
The cat will kind of turn its head and say, this is an unkind place for me.
Don't worry, we're probably going to be leaving this city very soon. He's gonna like look away for a second while saying that, but then turn back. And if we run into another problem, and if we start to encounter another dampener field in a different place, then I'll know better what to do when we get there.
The corners of the cat's mouth turn up gratefully. It gives a little flick of the whiskers, and then its tail sways gently side to side. So,
So,
I suspect you have something else to say.
yeah. So, and we've sort of talked about this before, but I wanted to ask you again about it. So, what do you remember about the Wise One?
Wise one. Manuela, if you're reading chat, you have advantage on your next roll. The wise one. I remember his cane. It allowed him to travel great distances quite quickly. I remember the snowy place he called home, where he slept. I don't remember much else right now.
Okay.
It's hard to think.
Yeah, I understand that but I've been trying to piece together the puzzle as best I can so far. So, here's what I think I know. From what I can tell, the Wise One, I don't know if you were originally named Capper or if he named you Capper, but you spent time with him, and at some point it seems like he transformed you into this cat using that collar. And I'll like point at the gem again. Is it now like the blue it used to be?
It is.
Okay. And then after he did that, he hid you in an underground tunnel for who knows how long.
For why? What is the purpose?
That's the thing, I don't know yet either.
He'll use his paw to kind of push the collar outward onto the desk in front of him and look at it. He's lost in thought as Miguel, who's been watching on, is more than he's familiar with shapeshifting magic, of course, but he's more than a little perplexed at why this non-verbal communication is going on so long.
I kind of forgot he was here. Oh well. Alright, well, I'll approach Capper and, like, get his attention again, just, like, touch his paw or something.
And Capper will look up towards you.
I understand if you don't want to take off the collar and transform into whatever your true form is, but I definitely want to help you figure out your purpose. So, if it's all right with you, I'd like you to stay with us a bit longer.
The cat will give you a once-over before saying, in a tone that he certainly thinks is joking, but does not come off that way. Fine, but you will give me a bed separate from the other loud ones.
Understood. Oh, but if you want to talk to me about anything, please get my attention so that I can transform and get in touch with you.
Thank you.
And with that, I will shapeshift back.
Miguel, he can't help but chuckle a bit as he says, so you two have a thing? What was that all about?
Well, so he is transformed into this cat via that collar for reasons unknown by someone named the Wise One. And he has fought us with every fiber of his being to keep the collar on. It nearly killed him in this town, and he still can't be convinced to part with it.
Oh, so you need help taking it off, he says,
Nope.
reaching for the cat.
Nope. I'm gonna, like, smack his hand away.
Ah, okay. So what are you doing about that?
He doesn't yet, we're going to figure out why he's there, and hopefully at some point he'll be comfortable returning to his true self. But until then, I guess he stays as just a cat until he changes.
Ever occur to you that maybe this little cat friend of yours just wants to stay a cat for, the free food and the attention and whatever else it is that cats get?
Well, if it does, then we'll start to we'll give it 2 days before we get back to the original plan.
All right. He just kind of shakes his head and says, anyways, is there anything else you need from me before you head over towards the professor?
Well, do you know where Alias stays? Because I could use some answers from her, too.
Well, of course. So we are, of course, at the student house. You know, kind of an event meeting place. But if you want the actual dorms, or where you'll find her when she's not at the library, you're going to head a little south, towards the back of campus. You'll find gender segregated dorms.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I'll go ahead and check in on the professor now. If you don't hear from me by noon tomorrow, please find the others and the rest of my party and let them know I ran into problems while trying to spy on the professor.
I don't know that there'll be much use telling them at that point. But if you say so.
Thank you. And then I'm gonna leave behind everything except except my dagger, and then head out to go to the professor's office again.
All right. Miguel will just kind of idly pet the cat as you leave your things. The door pulls to behind you as you head out towards the professor's office, I suppose.
Mhm.
All right. So, off towards the campus buildings, those faculty rooms. It's relatively quiet this time of day, or this time of the afternoon. Sun nearly going down, students have all kind of filtered out of this area, and only clerical staff and other professors remain. You have no trouble, though, making your way over to the professor's doorway. This time, though, the door is shut and the blinds folded downward.
Okay. I'm gonna press my ear to. Excuse me. I'm gonna press my ear to the door and try and listen for any activity.
As you lean in, getting ready to press your ear to the door, you can hear the hum of magic as a face is illuminated in the glass. It's that of the professor. Greetings. Sorry. He's not going to stammer like I do. He's not having to come up with what he's saying on the spot.
Well, I mean, the moment that happens, Gabriel's gonna jump back from the door and stifle a scream.
Oh, dear. But yeah, in a clearly rehearsed and pre-recorded message, you will hear, "Greetings. I'm either away or in a private meeting right now, so I'm afraid you'll have to come back another time. But help yourself to snacks in the estate rooms, upstairs."
Okay. Well, once that eventually goes away, I'm going to examine the door more closely, mainly looking for how much of a gap there is between the top of the bottom of the door and the floor itself.
You have about a half an inch of clearance between the bottom of the door and the floor.
Okay. So, an inch. If I if I wild shape into a small field mouse, am I able to crawl under?
It would be a feat of dexterity, but you probably could.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna attempt to do that.
All right. Go ahead and roll dexterity check this time.
Okay. Right. 19.
19. On a 19, you were easily able to slide your way into the door. As you approach the door as a field mouse, the message hums to life again, but you don't have to hear it all the way through as you get up onto the doorway.
Okay.
On the other...
So,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, the first thing I'm doing is taking a thorough look around.
On the other side, you will find a certain young possum woman and your favorite Roebuck professor sitting in the room on opposite sides of the desk. It would
Okay,
seem that Alia has come to meet with the professor.
have they noticed me?
No.
Okay, well then I'm going to, like, scurry under, like, a desk or chest, something along that side wall, and listen in.
Okay. So, I understand you filed a report against our companions, those who were supposed to help you with studying these onyx creatures. Might I ask why? Well, it's simple. They killed the warden, and I believe that they risk bringing the disease into Arloris. Right. Well, well done for keeping up your civic duty, but I'm afraid you have other responsibilities. Responsibilities to the university, to your studies, he says pointedly. He'll stand and circle around the desk. Whatever issue you may take with these people, understand that they are necessary to your learning about these creatures. If you wish to return alive, you had best play nice. Professor, you don't understand. These people, they pose a very serious threat to my friends and family, those who take up residence in Arloris, to you. I understand that. And I understand that the city would want you to file this report. But there's research to be done. Civil matters can wait. They didn't mean anyone any harm. They're going to cause great harm whether they mean it or not. You need to see reason. Alia, let's not do this again. We all know how this conversation's going to go. You're going to continue to do what you think is right no matter what. And I'm going to remind you that well, we had a deal. You continue your studies, you bring me your research, your information, and I keep quiet about your indiscretion. We don't have to keep going through this, Alia. You can just do as you're told and you will be safe and your people protected. That's all. That's it. There was no need for this meeting. There was no need for you to bring up those... your partners. I will handle the situation with the city of Arloris. You stay where you are until I return. Understood? Yes, sir. Alia will lean back in the chair, looking a little less than comfortable, as the Roebuck professor brushes the hair out of his face and says, "One moment," and then walks out of the room.
Oh boy. Okay, well, I guess at that point, like, trying to stay out of Alia's field of vision, I am going to start crawling around and looking for the gem.
All right. From the ground, you can see the box, or sorry, the tube box. How did you
It was
present?
a box.
Yeah, you do see the box in which the onyx was when you gave it to the professor. It sits on the desk just across from Alia.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I am going to, like, step out into the open and let her see me.
Alia, are you transforming back or just being a mouse?
Not transforming back yet. Just the mouse.
Alia will look at you curiously, standing up and approaching, kneeling and gently sticking her hand out to you. How did you get here?
Well, I guess at that point I will just wild shape back.
Alia, noticing that, obviously realizing now that you're not just a regular field mouse, will kind of narrow her eyes at you. Gabriel, what's the meaning of this? You know the door was closed and locked.
Yes, I know. I have concerns about the professor.
Don't. I assure you everything is fine.
I gave him a gem that he may be able to use to unintentionally or intentionally unleash a dangerous creature upon this university and the rest of the city. Excuse me if I don't feel overly calm about it.
I see. I assure you, he's a very strong and powerful man. You don't need to be worried about what some poor creature might do when it emerges from that box. Believe me, if there's any mage in the world who can deal with that thing, it's him.
Has he indicated what he wants to, what he intends to do with this research we're gathering?
Uh, Alia will just kind of play dumb at this point and say, well, it's not his research. I assume he's going to look it over and then allow me to publish it.
Okay. Because the thing is, I don't know that he trusts us either.
What do you mean?
So, when I was in here last and talked with him, at that point he still for sure could not summon the creature. He gave me a ring that it could shoot dancing lights if I did a certain hand pose with it. And I'm not sure if it has any other powers. But on the ring there was also a tracker. I don't know who you give a tracker to that you fully and completely trust.
She pauses at this, her eyes kind of um, scanning the floor for a moment before she looks back up at you and says, "No, there must be a reason. You're overthinking things, Gabriel."
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But there are people. I've been hearing rumors about the professor that were causing me some concern, and I need to make sure that there's not about to be a crisis in this city.
She folds her arms and leans back against the desk. Rumors. Please don't tell me you've fallen in with the wrong crowd already. Gabriel, I left you for one day.
All I can tell you is that, well, actually, the people that I heard from kind of tricked me. He's going to stare down at the ground a bit. They told me that you had sent them to fetch me before a meeting.
That is strange indeed. Very strange.
So, the bottom line is that I'm just concerned about leaving a gem in this gem that we currently don't know what it could do with the professor.
Whatever the case may be, our interests are aligned with keeping the professor in the know about these creatures. A sample is the best evidence we have that these creatures even exist. Surely you understand the value in allowing him to hold on to it.
Yes, I understand from a research perspective. And at this point, I am going to open the box and check on it.
The gem is now emanating a strange magical darkness. And as you open the box, it spreads outwards.
Okay, am I able to shut the box quickly?
Yes.
Okay. Well, when that happens, I'm going to stare back over at her, a bit horrified.
Alia has backed up and placed a paw over her mouth. Okay, that's new.
Yeah, it didn't. He's done something to this gem.
How do we know that he's done it? Are you sure the thing isn't just tired of resting and needs to emerge now?
Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's that as well.
Good.
Regardless, you understand why I'm concerned now, right?
Okay, yes, I get it. Why don't we just ask the professor what's going on and we can all get to the bottom of this together?
Well, maybe in if we I can't talk to him tonight because I'm assuming that both of us will get in trouble if he figures out that I got here. But if you want to go talk to him tomorrow, we can do that.
Thank you. Now, if you will, she says, extending a hand towards you, requesting the gem.
I'm just gonna set the box back on the desk where I found it.
She seems satisfied with this as well. She approaches you, grabbing your forearm and saying, "Now, you need to get out of here before he returns. You're right, he's going to be pissed."
If I go through the door, is it going to set off an alarm or something?
You might get that message again, but besides that, it shouldn't alert him, I don't think.
Okay, because I can't do the mouse trick again today.
And
Well,
Gabriel,
before I leave, can I do... Oh, never mind.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna do an Arcana check on the box.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, that's my worst skill.
Uh-oh.
Never mind.
And with a whole
Dirty
20,
it is.
and with a whole 20, it could be either that the creature has been enervated by some exterior force, be it the professor or otherwise, but Alias theory does very much hold water as well. The thing has rested dormant for some time and may merely be waiting for an opportunity to break free. What you do know is if you had left the box open much longer, the creature would have retaken its shape.
Oh, great. Okay. Was Ailey in the middle of saying something?
We'll just say, and Gabriel?
Yes.
She will very suddenly lean forward and wrap her arms about your chest. Thank you for trusting me.
You're welcome.
She'll then let you go and get back in
All
her
right.
chair.
Yep. So I'm gonna open the door slowly, peeking around the corner as best I can.
All right. You see no faculty that, well, that you know to have any connection to the professor. Still, there are janitors and professors walking about.
Okay. Well, I guess I will go ahead and leave then, closing the door and um, making my way back over to Miguel's.
All right.
Yeah, if I can, I'm gonna stop and grab the ring again on my way over.
All right. So, the ring. You've grabbed the ring from the front of the estate, or from the front of the student house, and then you're just headed inside, yeah?
Yep.
All right. Whereabouts are you headed?
Back to Miguel's office where I left him and Capper.
Okay. You approach the door, which is shut, just like you left it.
Okay, I'm going to knock again.
This time, there is no reply.
I'm going to knock louder a second time.
You knock loud enough that you can hear the percussive sound echoing from within, but there's still no reply.
Okay, can I try the door handle?
You wriggle the handle gently, but it doesn't budge. It appears the door is locked.
Darn it. Okay, okay, is there a window or any means to see inside?
Not on this door.
Hmm, okay. Um, well, I guess, um, am I able to see that room from the outside? Like if I go back around and walk around the side of the building.
Given that you are on the second floor, it's unlikely. Not
Okay.
impossible, if you know something I don't.
Hmm. Yeah, well, I think, yeah, Gabriel's probably able to climb a tree. So I want to head out and try that way.
All right. And you do find a freestanding orchard outside of the back of the student house, with a few trees tall enough to see into the second story windows. It does appear, however, that the blinds for the room you were attempting to look into have been shut.
Okay. So if it, I guess, In that case, I'll go back through the front door and over to that like secret hideout spot that we ended up at before.
All right. Do you mean the entrance to the undermarket, or the one that was supposed to be like a meeting room but was just where the trio stayed?
Yeah, over to where the that meetup room where we met with the people who warned us about the professor.
All right. Heading back downstairs and towards that room, you find that the room that you were in before is currently occupied with another student activity. No one you recognize is participating.
Okay. Is there like a lounge area or something near Miguel in the general vicinity of Miguel's office that I could use to take a short rest?
For sure. There is an office that remains unclaimed where you are able to sit and take a short rest.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna see if I can push my luck for a long rest and get back to this in the morning, I guess.
Okay. So, is everyone else long resting at this point as well? Beatrix, Manuelo, Damien?
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, but Manuel was just thinking before he goes to sleep. Hopefully Gabriel's staying safe. And while everyone else is like asleep in the wagon and everything, he's going. Wait, are we staying in the wagon?
I assume you wouldn't leave him unattended.
Yeah, someone at least needs to be in the wagon with old buddy boy.
Damien will be, since Damien's nocturnal.
While they're staying in the while Manuel is staying with Damien, most likely he's going to turn the intruder alarm on before going to sleep.
Beatrix is not sleeping in the wagon. She's going to sleep in the actual bed that she's paying for.
Funny, Manuelo does love sleeping in those cots because he can sleep anywhere.
I could sleep on the ceiling.
Manuelo can climb anywhere.
All right, friends. We've reached the end of our second day in Arloris. Everyone gets a
Yeah,
long rest.
I'd like to point out that we've been here 2 days. We've murdered 3 different people and potentially caused an outbreak at the undermarket. Good work, team.
And we're
A
still not arrested.
Yeah, we still haven't been arrested, so I don't know. I don't think there's anything to complain about.
Okay.
All right. So, for those of you watching along, I've made another event roll. Unfortunately, they are rolling these with advantage because they have, in my opinion, the best guide in Morgan, who is giving them advantage on my event rolls. So interesting stuff doesn't happen. Anyways,
You're the one that gave us the choice.
I know I did.
don't know why you think interesting necessarily translates to horrible for us.
Because
Seems very-
character growth is all about struggle.
My character has struggled.
Yeah, so is me.
Anyway,
Enough of that.
Manuelo.
Your final result is 84, which is not in the threshold that I have to tell you what it actually is going to do, but know that something good is going to happen to you today.
Whee!
I don't like the fact that he said it was good. It might just be because I have panic whenever Kerr says happy fun times. So I don't know.
Anyways, you all wake the morning of, and, well, Gabriel, you have a particularly rude awakening. A group of students has attempted to enter the office that you're staying in. They were not expecting to find you there. That's not to say that they're treating you poorly, but just having someone bust up in a room you're sleeping in is clearly less than pleasant.
okay.
Oh.
Well, I am gonna get sort of abruptly jolted awake, but do my best impression of a hungover college kid as I stumble my way out of the room.
All right. As you stumble outside, you're met with a strange sight. Two out of uniform guardsmen stand on either side of the door leading into Miguel's office, while several more uniformed men are standing around talking to students, basically. Quite a different scene than you left on last night.
All right. Well, I'm going to listen in to try to overhear any conversations happening.
You hear several buzzwords in a row that suggest a possibility you don't like. Things like alibi, witness, intruder, and, well, blood.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to go up to one of the guards and ask them, well, excuse me, do you mind? Are you able to tell me what's going on over here?
We're not allowed to say much until we have more details, but a crime has been committed on campus. Do you know anything?
Well, I spoke to Miguel last night, but um, I don't know how useful that is.
To Miguel. Uh, who is Miguel? He says to you pointedly.
Well, I spoke with him in that room.
In this room, he says,
Yes.
pointing to the... Alright.
I assumed that was his office or something.
That's... Yeah, that's consistent with what other students have been saying. What time would you say you spoke to Miguel last night?
Probably early evening.
Early evening. Right. And was there anyone else nearby at the time who might corroborate that story?
Uh, no, not that I can recall.
Okay.
I did go and visit with, I did go talk to a couple other people afterwards, but I didn't really talk to them about my visit with him.
I see. Alright. If you'll just wait right here, I'm going to ensure that our investigators hear what details you had. He will then walk towards one of the uniformed men, who will let his gaze kind of wander over towards you. The man narrows his eyes a bit and then walks over, waving the guard on. So, our officer here tells me that you know something about, well, about the student we found inside. Could you positively identify the body?
The body?
Oh, son. Please don't tell me you didn't know.
Um, well, I think I have a guess.
Ah.
But yeah, I can take a look.
Of course. He will signal to the guards watching the door that you have authorization to enter the room, and then lead you inside. As soon as the door opens, the smell of blood fills your nose. But besides that, there's a strange cold filling the room. Something you hadn't seen before, or something you hadn't felt before. You enter the room, and the first thing you take note of is the very large streak, blood, marking up the carpet, leading all the way to the door that you're entering through. The detective makes a point to kind of step over that smear and instructs you to do the same.
All right.
Behind the desk, you find not Miguel, but a rather familiar looking, heavyset, bulky human, and a cat laying in the back left corner of the room.
Okay.
The human is frozen nearly solid, and the cat appears to be the source of the bloodstain.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go over and check on the cat.
You approach the cat, and it is exactly as Gabriel might have feared. Something truly horrible has happened here.
Well, well, Gabriel's gonna take a second and then kind of just fall to his knees. And examine the cat more carefully.
The investigator, not sure what's going on, says, truly a despicable thing to wound an animal, but if I may bother you, I need help identifying this one, he says, pointing to the student.
Right. And then I will turn around and go look at the student again.
It is the very same brethren student that you spoke to in your first meeting with Miguel and his posse. His wounds are all in ways related to this ice that has overcome most of his body. It would seem he was struck with blunt force in the chest and stomach several times, and that is where the ice appears to be emanating from.
Oh, Jesus. I have seen this person before, but it wasn't the person that I spoke to in this room.
The plot thickens. Then where, pray tell, do you think the person you spoke to in this room is?
I don't know. I asked him if he could watch my cat for the night, and then I left to take care of other things.
Is it possible that your friend... Well, I'm sorry. That was an insensitive way to ask, but
I don't know. I'm new here. I met the guy yesterday, and he seemed friendly and trustworthy.
they always do, son. They always do. He says, patting you on the back. Well, if you can't identify this one, the least you could do is give us details about this Miguel. What do you know about him?
So when I first met the guy, it seemed like he had quite a few magic tricks he could pull. But he had, I guess, in some way gotten wind that I was talking with the professor and Alia, another student here.
You're cutting
About
out pretty
some-
badly, Gabriel.
Oh, geez, sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. So when I first met him, he was, I guess you could say he was looking for me. I guess he had somehow heard that I was talking with a professor, and one of his students about some creatures I encountered on my way into Arloris.
Let's see. He'll kind of write that down. You can see the gears in his head turning as he thinks carefully about his next question. Do you know the names of any of his associates?
No, but that was one of them. And I'm pointing at the corpse.
Let's see. Well, we'll continue to investigate as best we can. If you can think of anything else that may be relevant to the case, please don't hesitate to reach out. As for your friend, he says, looking towards the cat on the ground there, I don't know that it will be necessary to keep him here if you wish to. Well, I'll let you decide what to do.
Thank you. I left all of my other belongings here last night as well. I don't know necessarily where they ended up, but I had left that stuff here.
Very well then. If we can gather any information from your belongings, please do let us know. Otherwise, just take what is yours.
Okay. Well, I guess in that case, I'm going to gather up my bag, gather up my weapons and bags in that notebook I was writing things in before and such, as well as my armor that I had left in some other part of the office. Looking over each of them carefully.
It doesn't appear that any of them were tampered with.
Okay. And then do I see the... Oh wait, no, I'm still wearing the uniform. So, in that case, I'm gonna go over to Capper's body.
All right. You approach Capper's body once more, given more time to look at it.
Is it still wearing the collar?
The way it's laying right now, it appears to have fallen on top of the gem. But yes, it does appear to be wearing the collar.
Okay, well, I am going to scoop up the cat in my arms.
The cat's body rises with your arms, and soon the gem is revealed, a much more brilliant blue than before, and now pulsing with its glow.
Okay. Um. Okay. Um. Well, I guess I am going to leave this room and get away and go somewhere away from from all the people.
All right.
Um. And then I guess like in a quiet part of the courtyard or something, I'm going to set Capper's body down again.
There you are, a man and his cat in the courtyard.
Okay. Can I do an Arcana check on the gem?
Go for it.
18.
18. Up until now, the brilliance of the gem has always been an indicator of the state of the magic within. Whatever has happened to the cat has awakened a deeper magic within the gem. Now, if only you could figure out how to release it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna reach around and finally take the collar off of Capper's neck.
Oh, hell. Okay. I need you to be very specific about how you were touching the collar.
Okay. Well, so I'm assuming there's like a little clasp or something on the back, right?
That's right.
Okay. So I'm like fiddling with that and undoing it in undoing that directly before sort of taking one end in each hand and bringing it around.
The collar does not seem to respond to this as you take the collar away from the cat.
Okay. Is it still doing the pulsing thing?
It is, though the glow is much dimmer now that it's been separated from its host.
Okay. I guess taking note of that, I'm going to put the collar back around the exact way I found it.
All right. The cat is now wearing its collar once more.
And does the gem look like it did previously?
As it did before you took it off, yes.
Okay. Well, I guess in that case, Gabriel's going to think to himself, well, Capper, it looks like we still have a mystery to solve. I'm sorry. And then I'm gonna like grab a spare shirt or something out of my bag and wrap up Capper's body inside that before heading my way back to the wagon.
All right. So, those of you who are in the wagon, what are you guys doing right about now?
Do we need a roll for wake up?
Would you like to?
We all know
Sure.
I'm going to be the last to wake up again. Let's do this.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you all wake up when you wake up and do whatever you want to do.
What modifier do we need again?
That's just initiative, right?
I think we were treating it as initiative. Oh no. Would be really funny if I woke up first.
You and me are tied.
It
No, you
somehow
would.
seems like none of you were in a rush this morning.
No, Damon, you would win first, technically, due to the fact being you have a better modifier.
Aye.
Beatrix needs to get her beauty sleep so that she can
Murder this dude?
turn this dude's mind to mush. Gonna keep digging around until they get what they want.
All right. Well, there's that. You. So, Manuelo and Damien wake, or have the same role, but Damien's gonna wake first because they have the higher modifier. What are you doing?
Damien's going to check on the person.
Person is sat.
Dragonborn.
Person is sat there with eyes shut, still bound as they were before.
And then just calmly just walk outside to get some air, just to relax and think.
All right.
Wait. The alarm would be going off now, wouldn't it?
Yes. Except it's not someone who's not meant to be there ingressing, so no.
Damien forgets about the alarm. Okay, I'm good.
Also, sorry, before we get too far beyond what we were expecting, or sorry, before we get too far beyond 4 o'clock, I should say, it is time for our break. If you'd like to take one, give it 5 minutes. That's when I personally will be back, and we'll return to the game when everyone's ready. For those of you who are watching, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you'll be patient. See you guys in a bit. Oh, and remember,
Yeah.
people can still hear you, so you know, don't share your opinions about pineapple on pizza, for example.
Also, water check, everybody. Drink your water.
Oh yeah. Also, I found that ironic. The moment you mentioned pineapple pizza, just someone outside my house just started honking aggressively.
Funny.
Listen, Damien did it once. Damien only got a crit once on the firearm.
Oh, God, I stood away for a second. What happened?
So, the joke is in pineapple on pizza, and at the time, someone was just like rushing through, like across my street, just like pressing on their horn.
Oh, okay.
I found it funny that anytime Damien tries, like, okay, I'm gonna deliver justice, crit.
Oh, so I was checking, and I'd like checked the stream for a moment and wondered why we went to intermission.
Mwahaha. Hey, if we don't get arrested, we're magic as heck.
I think by now getting arrested is the least of Gabriel's concerns.
Alrighty, I'm gonna be right back. I did make some food real quickly.
Okay.
Man, I can't wait to run into a tiger and have them question the necklace.
Tiger?
Did you forget what Manuela's necklace was? Let me pull up this stuff again.
Listen, Damien knows justice. Justice is why Damien has a very big scar.
Yes.
Also, I
He's-
realized at any point Damien can just torment the guy with the undead.
Oh, right. I forgot you have like necromancy type stuff.
Yay!
Manuelo
When I become
has
powerful enough, I can become a lich.
Manuelo has a tiger tooth necklace on, and
damn.
no one has questioned it yet.
Nobody's questioned the law about any of the party.
Well, you know what, Manuelo? You'll be alright, I'm sure.
Damien's logic to this is just, yeah, I'm not gonna ask.
Epic Bro does pose an interesting question. He says, don't you guys know someone who can pry into people's brains for basically anything?
Well, that was Miguel.
Miguel's
fair
currently
guess.
missing.
We need Rygon. How convenient. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Gabriel was concerned that it seemed like he was failing to make anyone safer and only managing to endanger or murder people.
Well, this has been a nice change of pace. At least you know you weren't responsible this time.
I don't know if he's going to take that as much of a consolation prize. But I guess you're right.
Can't believe they murdered my boy.
Look what they've done to my boy.
You ordered the collar to bomb! Oh, that's why it's pulsing.
Alright, we ready to continue, gang? Let me rephrase, is anyone not ready to continue?
I'm ready.
Ready.
Chaos.
Okay.
Also, baby, you better not have killed that fucking cat.
I thought that was done and dusted, baby.
You fucking killed the cat, and now the whole world's gonna feel the rage of Beatrix, Damien, Gabriel, and Manuelo as the whole world burns.
Look, all I'm saying is that necklace better be extra glowy and special now because Capper's soul is inside of it.
Yeah, that's
If you
what I
have
thought.
legitimately killed Capper, baby, you are in trouble.
Well, keep playing. Maybe you'll find that I'm lying to you.
Someone
Killer
finna
Queen
die.
has already touched the cat.
Speaking of continuing, Manuela, what you doing when you finally wake up?
Give me 1 second. Let me check the range on something.
Okay.
Okay, damn. It probably won't work. Okay. Manuela's gonna just get up and just look straight at the captive and just like, and he's just gonna cast a message real quickly to the target. It's like, I'm gonna enjoy finding out if you have anyone you still love.
The dragon continues to sit there with its eyes closed, not paying any mind to what you've just said.
The silent treatment, huh? Fair.
You're
Don't
very
worry.
lucky.
He's also currently muzzled.
No, I know he can hear me though. I know he can't respond, which is perfect. And then before cutting off message, Manuel is going to say one last thing. I hope you enjoy electricity well. And then cutting off message as he goes outside.
Okay. And Beatrix is the last to wake. What are you doing?
She's just gonna, get up, clean up a little bit, darken the red spots in her fur again, as she typically does here in the city. And then she'll just grab all her stuff. And I mean, shit, she knows we got an interrogation to do this morning, so she'll probably grab herself a nice glass of water or something on the way to help get her some energy for this. She's gonna drive this dude insane or murder him or both.
And finally, Gabriel, who has been awake for some time now, but has just arrived. If you wish to, of course.
Yeah, I guess I'll approach the wagon. Is there anybody currently outside?
You got two people outside.
We have a Damien and a Manuelo.
Okay, well, Gabriel obviously not handling the death of the cat well. Like visibly not handling it well. I mean, walks up to both of them. So he looks up towards them and says, "Did you find out anything?"
We figured out we can just cut out the motherfucker's gallbladder if we need to get him to stop doing his breath weapon.
I meant about the plague.
He's quite resilient.
He's a monk. Monks are built different.
Gabriel's gonna put his head in his hands.
Are you alright?
You need some comfort, some alcohol. I don't know how to do anything.
Well, I guess at that point I will just pull the capper out of my bag and slowly unfurl the bundle so they can see.
Damien
just
looks
kind of stare at
immediately
them
just
silently.
shocked and pissed. Who the fuck would?
You cut out there.
Um,
Go ahead and try that again, Chica.
Who the fuck would do this?
I don't know. I left him with Miguel for like 2 hours max, and then I couldn't when I couldn't get back in, I slept right next door. But
Hold on.
this is how I found him
David-
in the morning.
David checks his gun. Hold on.
Manuel is just gonna ask like one simple question. Is Miguel dead?
I don't know.
Hold on. I'm going to go over there with this gun.
I'm going to like stop him. Just get the answer. Just stop this plague first. and then shove him back towards the wagon. At some point, we need to manage to save people. Go get the answers.
I know the risk people take to save people. There is nothing we physically can do to break through to the guy. All monks are very well resilient physically. Sometimes spiritually and mentally, they can be lacking, especially.
I tried to do something and he spit acid in my face. So if anyone wants to breathe an element, let me know.
I mean, I got my revenge by shooting him in the leg.
Gabriel's gonna facepalm upon shooting him in the leg.
Manuelo, upon hearing that again, is gonna go inside and check if the dude's alive.
He's a monk. They can handle things like this for breakfast. Speaking of which, I want to give him his breakfast.
Oh damn, now I'm interested in what his breakfast is.
Another good!
Jesus Christ.
What? Alright, is Beatrix here yet? And, well, Beatrix and Morgan. Do I know where those two are?
I don't know where Morgan is, but I know Beatrix went back to the hotel, so
Yeah, and she when she wakes up, she is just, headed straight out to the wagon because, might as well get the messy bits over with for the day.
Okay.
100% of the required intake of lead will be given by Damien.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, after checking in with those two, Gabriel's gonna say, well, the magic collar is still being weird, but, I don't know what to do about that yet. I'm gonna go get some go deal with this.
Maybe change magic types.
I don't know. We can talk about it a bit. I mean, we can talk about it in a bit. Good luck with the interrogation. And Gabriel's going to start heading over towards the medical center to ask for some spare bandages.
Alright. And they will provide you with some spare bandages. Are you providing them information about your situation?
Well, I guess I will, yeah, I guess I will, when they ask, I'm gonna start, like, bandaging up the cat in front of them.
They give you some well wishes and some tips as for how to apply the bandages more tightly around the wound. But it takes a while for one to ask a pertinent question. Why are you bandaging the dead?
Well, we've known that this cat has magical properties related to this collar for some time. And, apparently its body still does. And I'm gonna do take off the collar the same way and put it back on again to demonstrate the difference in the light and pulsing.
Oh my, that is a neat trick, but what is it doing? Why
I don't
why
know. I the cat believed that he had some unknown grand purpose. And I guess I'm gonna continue to help figure out that purpose. So I need to get him into a spot where where it would be reasonable to travel with him.
One of them will kind of rotate around the desk and just look more closely at the cat, and then at the collar. May I? One of them speaks, reaching towards the collar.
Gabriel's gonna nod.
They reach forward, grab the... Let me roll, see if I can help you guys out here. Grab the clasp of the collar, just as you had done. Remove the collar from the cat and watch as the glow fades in and out. I'm afraid I can't make heads or tails of it. Certainly unlike anything I've ever seen. But perhaps those at the college would be able to help. Have you considered?
Yeah, I'll be heading over there later, and I'll ask around about it. And then I'm gonna like extend my hand to grab the collar back.
They will hand it, or how?
So I'm reaching with my palm out for them to drop it into my hand.
Got you. All right. So they will extend their hand outward to you, drop it into your palm, and the moment the gem of the necklace touches your palm, the light from the gem radiates outward. There was no audible sound. However, there's a very bright, disorienting flash that fills the infirmary. And you're stunned for just a moment. As well as Damon and Manuelo, if they're nearby.
What?
Yeah, I guess you just see like a bright flashing light from in the middle of the hospital.
Oh.
And once you regain your sight, in a bundle of cloth, or rather on top of a bundle of cloth, a willful creature kneels.
What?
One fist pressed into the ground just beneath him. His deep, heavy breaths visible even through your disorientation.
People?
Well, I guess I'm gonna turn and face him.
The creature will... Its hand will rise from the floor and grasp at its stomach, then its chest, then its neck. It'll close its hand around its neck. Where? Where is it?
Our.
So is the collar itself in my hand?
Yes.
Okay, it didn't like just start floating or anything whenever that happened. Well, in that case, I'm going to run over and hold it out to him. Is this yours?
Before you even finish your gesture, giving the collar back to the creature in front of you, a snarl rises in his face, his eyes wild, as he slams the fist he had been propping himself up on into the floor and screams, "Damn it!" at the top of his lungs.
I'm gonna, like, reach my arm back and, like, cover it in my hands.
Shit. It happened again. It happened again.
Again? This isn't the first time you died.
Are you there?
Yeah, I thought you were still at the wagon.
Oh, no, I'm not the... Yeah, I'm at the wagon.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm gonna look up at him, confused again. At Capper?
Shit. Who are you?
Then I'm gonna open up and hold out and show the collar again. And is the cat port still on the table where I left it?
The what?
The body of the cat.
No.
Well, I guess I'm like holding it out and saying, well, I was taking care of the cat that was wearing this collar, and then I'm gonna look over and notice that the body isn't there anymore.
He will take in a deep breath and then let it out through his teeth. A faint hiss as he takes the collar back from you. You didn't answer my question. Who are you?
My name is Gabriel.
Gabriel. All right. Gabriel, where am I? How did I get here?
Okay. I'm gonna look around and make sure that I'm not hallucinating this. Are other people noticing this person?
Yeah, the people around you are as shocked as you are. Some of them still trying to get the light to leave from their eyes.
Okay. So, well, you are in our Loris. I left the cat overnight in the city, and somebody had killed it.
You're cutting out again, Cosmo.
Oh, gosh darn it. Okay. You were in Arloris. The cat was staying at the university overnight, and when I found them in the morning, they'd been murdered.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. Arloris. So Arloris is the name of a city. Or a country?
It's a city.
City. Good.
It's a city within the Trade League.
What am I in the material plane? He says more pointedly.
Am I able to, like, touch him?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna reach out and, like, I don't know, poke at... What does this creature look like?
I was wondering when you would ask.
Yeah.
As the burning lines of light fade from your eyes, you begin to make out a rather lanky and quite short, willful creature, not all too different looking from the cat you had been taking care of up to this point, except for a few key differences. It's wearing a strange, what is it called? The thing that looks like a tiara on all the Jarls of Skyrim, but is not
Wreath.
that.
A circlet.
Yes. He is wearing a circlet, bearing a gem the same color as the necklace you took off of him, and bracers and shoulder armor in a spiked filigree pattern. His ears, long and triangular, not too different from the bat creatures you've seen up north. But perhaps his strangest feature is the large black wings that extend backwards from his shoulder blades. This is what you see. Aha, you thought I wouldn't have an image for you. You thought wrong!
Okay. Well, whenever he asks if he's in the material plane, I'm going to like reach out to touch his hand.
At feeling your touch, he draws back a little bit, but then returns his hand to where it was. Okay. So we're in the material plane. We're in a place called Arloris. The planet. The world? The dome. What is the name of this, the greater place?
I guess Beast World. I'm not positive, Mitch, as a person, what we've been calling the world itself.
The
Yeah,
DM
it is just called by Beast World.
Okay.
Yeah, the beast just call it the Beast World.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I wanted to make sure there wasn't like some other name that we were running with. The Beast World.
All right. A new place. Better than the hells, I suppose. Gabriel, you said you looked
Yes.
after the cat that you found.
Correct.
Thank you for that. It would have been all too easy for you to take its collar and try to sell it for whatever it may be worth in a place like this, but you didn't, and that is honorable. I suppose I've got some explaining to do, but it's going to be a lot. Just being in a new world is a lot.
Okay.
You understand, right?
I think so.
So, why don't you take me where it is you stay, and we can talk about what's going on.
All right. Follow me. And I'm gonna take some steps until I like get like a couple steps out of the building, and then turn around. Oh, wait, hold on.
The strange cat hybrid thing has not even made it to the door before he has fallen.
Well, I guess I'm gonna run back over and to where he's like fallen over to and try and help him up.
He'll stand up, frustrated and rubbing his chin. Gotta get used to a new center of balance. A tail, wings. Is everyone in the beast world like this?
More or less. I'm not sure what you were expecting, but you certainly look like a typical inhabitant of our world. Definitely a unique one, but
Well, thanks, he says, not quite sure how to take that. If I could just use you to balance as we get there, I would
Sure.
appreciate it.
Yeah. When we step outside, in this city there is a dampener that impacts magic. The cat was having a lot of trouble existing within that dampener unless we got to specific safe zones like this hospital.
That cat. He keeps repeating like things you say during each of your sentences, as if trying to comprehend an entirely new language. And you can see the gears turning in his head as he himself seems to be trying to make sense of his situation. But he'll shake his head of whatever it is he's thinking and say, uh, well, I should have no such problem. At least, I don't think so.
Okay. And I guess I'm going to go ahead and like assist him with walking to the door, and then like once we start taking steps out of the door, I'm going to immediately look over and see if he feels any impact.
It would be hard to tell. He already looks pretty bewildered and motion sick.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to like just carry him and like guide him back over to the inn, over to the room that I guess I still have booked.
All right. Meanwhile, our telephony and effigy, Damien, Manuelo, Beatrix, what are y'all doing?
Well, if Morgan's in the wagon, I suppose we have started the morning's activities.
Didn't even
Manuel
wait
is
for
gonna-
Gabriel.
Well, I don't think Gabriel wants to be here.
Yeah, Gabriel, before he left with us, was trying to hint that if you haven't finished the interrogation, I don't want to be here. So he is very happy to not be involved.
Manuel is like leaving in like a note outside for Gabriel, just saying like, hey, until this note is removed, be advised, interrogation.
There's just gonna be a red interrogation in progress sign on the outside of the wagon.
Ah, yes, the guards will be so satisfied with that.
Please. See, this is how we get arrested.
Okay, no, so it's actually saying, be advised, meeting in progress.
Okay, well, best of luck during your meeting.
Once we all get gathered up before we get started, because we need to make sure not to waste resources with this, Beatrix is just going to get everyone and be like, okay, now that we're rested, I can go poking around in his head a good bit, but, and then she'll look at Morgan, I imagine you monks are conditioned mentally as well as physically, so if we have anything among us that might bring down some of those defenses and make it easy.
I actually do.
Wonderful.
Let's see how they like the undead. And I summon a zombie touch.
What?
Why?
What?
Manuel was ready to bonk this shit on the head.
It's just a friendly creature that I can make with my leatherworking skills.
Okay. So you have your little zombie effigy. What you doing with him?
I'm gonna automatically just have the zombie shake the dude. Wake up. You're not out of this hell yet.
Well, uh, the Discord, or sorry, the dragon does not respond, just kind of letting out a long sigh as you shake him. He's clearly not asleep. He's just sitting there, perhaps meditating.
Okay. Not sure what the zombie's doing, but if old buddy wants to act, like he's just gonna ignore us, we can fix that. Is Damien's axe just out anywhere by chance?
Damien always holds on to his axe.
Okay.
I want to do something. I'm just gonna talk to him for a little bit and just say something.
All right.
I've seen things in the mirror world that you will never ever know. There are things that I've seen that can break others. I have had to kill others to live. You are just another stepping stone. You are nothing. And can always possibly be nothing.
You're saying this to the dragon?
Mm-hmm.
The muzzled dragon?
Yes.
Okay. he, well, he clearly doesn't respond.
Is he just sitting there, eyes closed, completely unbothered?
Yep.
All right.
I could stab him in the dick.
No, no.
Hey, maybe, maybe chill with references to stuff like that on stream, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But we do need to get this started. And since it doesn't seem we have any magical way to lower his mental defenses, we're gonna have to use more physical means. So Beatrix is just going to walk over. Um, she's going to pull Damien's axe off of his belt and walk behind the dragon. She's not going to swing yet, but she's going to press the blade into where his wing meets his back and just lean down into his ear and whisper, I really don't want this to get more brutal than it has to. Please cooperate. And then she's going to undo the ropes around his muzzle after motioning for everyone to stay clear of where he may fucking shoot acid.
He,
The stream.
as soon as the muzzle is off of him, his jaws extend in a big, languid yawn. I was wondering if you were ever going to unmuzzle me. You know, you really are some of the worst interrogators I've ever met, expecting me to give you answers while my mouth is closed.
I
Hey,
mean, we could offer you
look
some
at me.
water.
That would be nice, he says to Damien. What did you say, Beatrix?
She was just like, hey, don't look at me. She undid the fucking muzzle when she asked him a question.
Yeah, he's talking shit to Manuelo and Damien.
Manuel is just gonna look at him and be like, "How would you like your stomach to move like 2 or 3 inches to the right and left as fast as possible?"
Oh dear.
He will give a hearty chuckle and say, you must really enjoy the taste of my spit.
We're doing this. Great.
All right. Enough back and forth. We have a job to do here. Beatrix is just going to look up at Morgan and say, well, you ask your questions, and I will do my best to get our answers.
Morgan will nod, turn to the man and say, all right, so enough of the games. We know that you were aware that the plague was coming. We know that you didn't tap into it in the same way the elders might have. You had knowledge we didn't. You refused to divulge from where. That's why you were exiled. Now that we're all up to speed, I would like to know how you knew.
And as soon as she started speaking, Beatrix cast Detect Thoughts.
Oh shit. So yeah, you immediately get some information, right?
Yeah, I immediately glean their most like surface thoughts on anything, and in an interrogation, that's good because the questions direct their thoughts somewhere. But I can make them roll a save to try and gain deeper information. If it seems like they have something they're hiding or that's hidden a bit deeper.
Okay. When you first breach the dragon's mind, the initial thought you pick up on is, I wonder how hard it would be to hit that beady little eye. And he's imagining Manuela's face covered in acid as he says that. But as the questioning continues, his mind is drawn to an event, a specific event, a conversation from within the monastery. However, he dithers to think too much about it right now.
As in he's actively trying to suppress it.
Yes.
Okay, let me I'm just checking this real quick before I start doing stuff.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Sorry, I'm just checking through Detect Thoughts to be sure on what I'm doing real quick.
He must be racist to sloths. Brian, you're just antagonizing him. There's no bigotry in this campaign. You're just being a jerk.
There's no bigotry.
I know, just so funny that he's wanting my face to melt off when there's someone with an axe behind him with the axe on the wing, and there's someone else who's just glaring at him other than Morgan.
You said it does seem like he's actively trying to suppress that thought that briefly came up of the conversation.
Yes.
All right, then. Gosh, see, I don't know if it will help, and I feel like if I do this for nothing, I'm going to feel horrible about it. But before attempting to push deeper into his thoughts, in order to, make it a little harder for him to resist me, I'm going to swing that axe, and I'm not going to fully sever his wing, but I want to go about halfway to cutting his wing off.
Oh, you're swinging, huh?
Yeah, I want to swing the axe so that like I'm the idea here is that he's going to be in so much pain and be like, "Oh fuck my wing," that it lowers like his his mental defenses basically. Maybe I don't know how you would work that or if it will even work. But the idea is to make it easier for him to fail the saving throw.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you that, and I'll give you a DM inspiration because that's a creative use of that. Go ahead and take a D6.
Nice. Fuck. Okay, and yeah, the DC is 15.
All right.
It's wisdom.
Wisdom. So he's gonna be rolling with disadvantage. Oh man, damn.
That is so good. I'm so glad I did that. Fuck.
So first roll was a nat 20. However, because he was rolling with disadvantage, his actual roll was in fact a what was in fact a 10. Oh yeah, and Manuelo has advantage on his next roll.
Oh wow, someone gave me advantage again? Let's go.
Oh, because you never use the advantage for I do things.
Yeah.
Right. I haven't done anything yet in order to use it anyway. Hopefully I do get to do something before it wastes.
They look hot.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You pulled him onto stream for just a second.
Well, yeah, I did, so the audience could see. Anyways, yeah. So he fails, and you see deeper into that thought. In the pain that he's in, he is unable to... How do I put it? He's unable to manage every word of the conversation. But they are discussing the onset of an infection, words of some ringleader, and of a get-together within the feline Isles of Alar.
Oh shit. Okay. I will relay all of that to Morgan because I assume she has more context for what all of this means. And I will also relay what any of the people in the conversation look like so that she, if she knows any of these people, she'll be able to point them out. So yeah, I'll just give it a physical description of anyone I see in this memory and say everything that's happening.
Okay. I should also have said, and I'm sorry about this, the two other dragons you're seeing are the two that you killed in the undermarket of Arloris. Those are the only other people in the conversation.
Oh, okay. Then I would just tell her that he was talking to them then, if I recognize them.
But yeah, blood oozes from the wound you've left in his wing. And,
Let me know and I'll finish off that wound.
What'd you say?
Let me know when I'll finish off that wing.
Oh my god.
oh god.
Mm.
So, yeah. He's panting. This is obviously a lot on the body, even if he has trained his mind to defend. And, yeah. He hears you relaying information that he hasn't given up, at least to his knowledge. And he seems to be developing an understanding of what's going on here.
Worth pointing out, he would know what's happening. As soon as I start probing deeper with this spell, the creature is aware.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
You're good, baby.
Epic Bro, I've been trying to tell them the same thing. They don't believe me.
We are the good guys. We're trying to stop the plague.
Manuelo tries not to kill anyone unless they hurt the party or anyone he deems family. Because if
Yeah,
so,
I think
they
since
fucking
episode
die.
3, we've been a bit on the questionable side.
Look, I didn't even fully.
Episode 3 was my bad. I'm not taking blame for any of the other episodes.
Pissed off.
What good torture people, Epic Bro? The kind that want quick results.
I take fault for last episode. That one's kind of on me.
So Morgan will kind of tilt her head and say, okay, good. We've got some kind of meeting place in Arloris. We know of an oncoming infection. What's this about a ringleader? Is someone, so to speak, in charge of the infection? Before he answers, do any of you wish to do anything?
I mean, if my detect thoughts is still going, I'm just still doing that. If I need to recast it, I will.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast an entangle around him.
Okay.
You don't need to do that. He's already tied up.
Oh like, no, not entangled, not entangled.
Okay, then what
Spike
do you want to
growth.
cast? Oh shit. Spike growth.
Wait. Oh god.
So yeah. You hear the creak of the floorboards of the wagon. And then a little louder. And then a sickening snap as one of the wagon's floorboards flies up, strikes the ceiling, and bounces away as vines reach up through the hole to wrap around the Dragonborn. The spiked growth is dealing spiked growth damage until the end of the interrogation. How much damage is that, by the way?
Looking into it, I think checking.
He's gonna die before we get our answers.
Maybe. We get our answers.
I'm sorry, maybe? No, we're not gonna get the answers in time. He's gonna fucking die.
That's what I was saying.
2d4 piercing damage if it moves.
Oh god.
Like any motion it makes is gonna deal 2d4 piercing damage.
So yeah,
Every time it breathes.
anyways, his mind is immediately drawn to the spiked growth rather than the question he was just asked. So, unfortunately, Beatrix, you're not going to gain much of anything from that one.
Did I need to recast it?
If you want to plunge deeper.
Well, no, I mean, he's not even fucking paying attention to the question now. So wait, sorry, I just want to be clear because, resources. Are you saying I wouldn't have to cast it again unless I wanted to like push deeper? Question mark.
That's right.
Okay. Then could I tell with the last little bit of the spell that his mind had been directed away from the question?
Yes.
Okay, well then I will look at Damien and say, please do your best not to distract from the questions.
Fair apologies.
And then she'll look at Morgan and say, well, let's try this again, shall we? And direct her to ask the question again as she casts Detect Thoughts.
Morgan will ask once more, who is this ringleader? Is there someone in charge of the infection? And the surface thought is, well, it's quite simple indeed. There is indeed a person, but now that he knows his thoughts are being monitored, he's trying very hard not to think about the name of this person.
Switching over to the other wing, same MO. I'm just gonna chop halfway through the connection to his back. And
Oh
then
god.
push
Ugh.
deeper in. Look, at least I didn't
Drive
fully
him
take
more into
off
the
either of the
fight.
wings. Yes, it's brutal, it hurts, but he gets to keep his wings. So
No, but that's gonna drive him more into the spikes.
Alright. At this point, I'm gonna have him rolling Constitution. Ooh. Ouch. On a 10, while he's not... While he's not anywhere near death, yet, at least visibly, the blood loss is making him a little woozy, and you may lose him temporarily if you push him much harder.
I am tempted to cast a false sleep on him.
no, we need to at least wait until we have our information from this question. Then we can give him a break to recover, give him some water, keep him going. But yeah, he still has to roll that wisdom save, DC 15
Yep.
with disadvantage. Let's go. Fuck it up.
Here we go. Ouch. That was a 6 total.
Oh, love that.
To be
Alright.
fair, he's a monk. I expect it's just like, you're not gonna get me to talk. You can't do anything. All of a sudden, I'm dying.
So, yeah, he's losing his focus on not thinking about important things, and eventually the name does flash through his mind, Crescendo Tillinolli. I will put that in the chat as well. Or Tianolli, I guess.
I have 2 names now.
Crescendo. I don't see anything though, do I? I just get a name.
That's right. It would seem they were on the way to meet this person.
You get a... Okay, it does sound like imposter.
Yeah. Okay, so she will just look up and give Morgan that name to see if Morgan knows it. Just, do you know a crescendo?
Crescendo Tianolli. Definitely sounds like an Alarian name, but I'm afraid I haven't the slightest who they are. Maybe the elders know something.
Well, it appears that's the name of this ringleader, she says, at this point probably pulling the axe out of old Buddy's wing. And she's gonna look him over before looking at the others and say, he's looking a bit worse for wear. Perhaps before we try and get the location, we give him a moment to find his bearings.
All right. Given that Damien and Manuelo don't seem to have a response to that, Morgan.
Damien doesn't know what to react with that because they don't know the name. They would quickly retract the they would quickly retract their spell before any more damage is done.
All right. So yeah, the roots will sink back through the hole you've created in the floor of the wagon.
I will mend it later.
Beatrix will walk around to the water tank and grab a cup and just get some water and take it over to our guest to give him a drink.
I think we got a little far bad cop to get good cop to work.
She's a good look. She told him if he would just cooperate, we could avoid all the messy shit. She if
You,
I am tempted to grab.
you are a fox of your word.
yeah, like
You
if
know
he
what? I
owned
am
us, he'd
tempted
be
to pull a. I'm almost tempted to pull a Frieza and cut off the tail.
No, 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 no.
yeah, no, she's going to take a moment and just like, you know, help him breathe a little bit and get some water and just take a minute to not be dealing with all this bullshit.
You know what? Epic's right. I'm gonna cure wounds the guy.
Yep, because that'll make up for it karmically.
It won't, but it will make him a little sturdier when we get back to asking questions.
Fair enough.
11 HP.
Nice. He's back to looking like his body is developing blood.
Manuel is going to attempt and use some bandages that he has to at least stop the bleeding from the wings where they were cut before just stumbling out looking just dazed.
Alright. Dragons are a bit of a rarity in these parts, so go ahead and roll medicine to see if you can accurately patch up these wings.
Oh, yeah. Let me find medicine real quickly. Oh no, that's a +1.
Hold on, what is my medicine modifier?
You have
I have
advantage.
a +3.
That's what I'm using.
Alright. Ah, the dice bot didn't roll. Oh, there it goes.
19.
So on a 19, you do manage to patch him up and stop the bleeding for now.
Yes, we are the worst interrogator.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're getting answers. But while they're patching him up, Beatrix just is gonna pull up a chair in front of him and say, "Now, friend." She's very aware of the acid breath thing, so she is ready to jump out of the way if he looks fucky at all. She's just gonna look at him and say, "Now, friend, none of us want to be doing this. This is all quite brutal and unnecessary. My offer still stands. Cooperate, and there's no need for any more unpleasantness. Now, we know we can't trust you, obviously, but you know that I can go digging in your head to figure out what I want. So, we will ask you questions. You will willingly let me find the answers, and you will survive this ordeal."
I don't want this to go on in any more bloodshed. Considering the fact that we've dealt 90% of the bloodshed.
You needn't probe my mind any further. Our mission has already failed. There's no sense in me not telling you what I know. Especially now that you have the ringleader.
Okay, but just know, if I get even a sense that you're lying to us, we'll go back to our previous methods.
I understand. Now, on with your questions.
Beatrix will look back at Morgan again and say, "Well, I guess the most important thing now is, where were you going to meet this ringleader?"
We were going to meet in what we believe to be an uncharted island off the coast of the Isles of... the Feline Isles of Alar. Unfortunately, we couldn't find a ship in time when we first arrived, and we were waiting for the next fleet of ferries, come next month. It seems like we were caught before those came. Hello, Merle.
Do you have coordinates for this island?
I don't. And unfortunately, the plague beast you killed happened to be my navigator.
Well, that is unfortunate. Who else is wrapped up in this little plot of yours? Anyone else we might be able to find who could give us the coordinates we need?
If you would venture a return to the monastery, there is one other person who was informed of our plot. He ultimately rejected to betray the monastery's wishes, but he might have some information that died with my navigator.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and roll insight to make sure that, he is just being on. I assume at this point he probably is after everything we've just put him through, but better be safe than
I
sorry.
need to ask honestly. Did you know one of your own men had the plague?
Forgive me, I thought we've already covered this. Yes, we knew. We believe he caught it while we were entering Arloris.
Also, I got a 24 for my insight.
He appears to be telling the truth.
All right. Well, with that, then she's going to look back at Morgan and just say, well, as far as I can tell, he's being honest. Do you have any other questions you need answered? How do you refer to each other? Is he your brother? It's the monastic thing, isn't it?
She'll shake her head. After his exile, he ceased to be any brother of mine. No. He is simply a man. That said, I do have one more question. What degree of control does this Tilinali have over the plague? Is he its creator? No. Tilinali may be in talks with the creator, but he certainly has very little control over where and how the disease spreads. All he can do is lead it to where it may spread. And how does he manage that? He has very limited control over the infected. Morgan will let out a sigh.
Damien's gonna mend the wings.
I'm going to go ahead and roll insight again, just in case.
I promise we'll
that
get
was-
back to you, Gabriel. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. I'm very happy to be not a part of this.
Yeah, that's a 12.
All right.
Not very good.
Sorry, go ahead.
Damien would just mend the wings, then just leave the area, just leave the carriage, just trying to catch their breath, just thinking.
With the degree of frankness he spoke to you and Morgan with earlier, you can't think of any reason he'd be lying now. But take that as you will with a 12 on insight.
Right. All right. Well, I'm assuming no one else has any questions, given they both left. Morgan?
Morgan will just smile and say, be sure to sate any of your own curiosities as well. Yes, we have a duty to the Kingdom of Alamance, but if you need closure on any particular topic, I'm not opposed to posing any question you may have.
I don't think our friend here has any answers to any questions for me. At least nothing unrelated to our work here.
Then I have a question for you, Beatrix. What do we do with him?
Well, your order banished him. I imagine that is all that they really do, so I don't imagine you're here seeking any sort of retribution on your order's behalf. I tend to try and be a woman of my word, though. I told him if he would cooperate, we'd let him live. Unless you have some significant reason we shouldn't, other than, the obvious loose ends, flight risk, all that, which I'm very well aware of, but I don't think our friend will be coming looking for round 2 anytime soon.
I believe you're right. It is perhaps best that we leave this place in search of, well, either this Tillinali or anyone else who may have information of his whereabouts.
I believe you're right. Well, at least we know our next steps then. Back on the path, I suppose.
Thank you, Beatrix, for being here.
It's my job. And someone had to get our answers. We've never been behind the blade before, but this is not my first interrogation.
Then Morgan will go back to her notes, leaving you to unbind the captive, if you will.
And yeah, she will. She'll walk over and start undoing his bindings and everything. Well, no. First, what she'll do is she'll make him like a small little fucking packet of supplies, basically like a little bit of rations, like a canteen of water, some stuff like that. Bundle it up for him. Then she'll undo his binds and hand it to him and say, "Well, woman of my word, you're free to go. Just let's not cross paths again too soon."
Believe me, I've no intention of returning to your steely gaze.
I am sorry for how messy things got.
You conduct your business in a very particular way. I can't fault you for this. You have need of information. I have information to give. Is this not the predestination for a captive and their taker?
I'm glad you understand. It's just good business. And she'll reach her hand out to shake his.
Forgive me if I will forgo the pleasantries this time. Now, I have an appointment with a certain sloth.
If you hurt him, just make sure you run far and you run fast.
Wait, what?
And don't kill him.
Oh, please, I'd be foolish to get on your bad side.
Glad we have an understanding. She smiles and just like nods her head slightly as she moves out of his way so he can leave the wagon.
Manuelo, where are you?
If you didn't notice about the Twitch comments, Manuelo went outside just like around towards the back of the wagon, just heaving whatever he had for like a quick breakfast or whatever. And he's just looking like, never thought I'd see that much blood.
Never get used to it.
You can feel a hulking presence behind you As you finish heaving.
Insert JoJo menacing aura.
Manuel is just gonna just look, slowly turn around, just like jump as he probably sees the dragon, just like stammering, hi.
Let us see if you are so talkative now that my arms are not bound, he says, his mouth filling with bile. Gabriel, let's pop on over to you.
Oh god. Hey, wait, I'm nowhere near this event.
Yeah. We're
Okay.
we're taking a
Okay,
break
well,
from the scene.
Damien's also
Yeah, we're leaving
close to
Manuel on a
Manuelo.
cliffhanger. Okay, got it. Understood. Yeah, so basically, I think I led him up to my room, in the hotel. No real detours or anything.
Okay. Headed back to the hotel room. So, the cat will follow you up to the hotel room, taking in the sights of the trendier parts of the city of Arloris. Very opulent place. People enjoy to spend their money here, I suppose. Is there money here?
Yes. This is, from what I know, this is one of the richer places in the world.
See.
I not from, and I don't come from this area, so I can't really offer you too much more information about Arloris itself.
No, that's fine. I, he thinks for a moment before looking back up at you and saying, it's just that I'm still trying to get my bearings.
Okay. You said this has happened to you before?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
It's, well, let's just start from the beginning.
Okay.
That cat you found, the other me, where did you find him?
Oh. So it was, eh, so you, in your cat form, told us that a wizard with a staff who lived in an area, like a mountainous region with a lot of snow. He, you called him the Wise One. And from what I can tell, what I was able to piece together, talking to your previous self, is that that he left you in an underground, left you underground in sort of a hidden chamber, and that where we were able to find you and brought you with us on our journey.
I see. Then this structure, the underground shelter, I imagine it had a very strange construction. 4 holes, polar, north, south, east, and west, right?
Yeah, that sounds right. Narrow opening, not very tall. Like, um, there the ceilings were low once we did manage to get inside, but I crawled into it from the surface.
Well done, big peepee.
I think I've got it. So, what happened then? You found me, you brought me in, took care of me until we arrived here, and I told you something.
Yeah. So the entire time that we've been around you, we tried multiple different means of seeing what would happen with the collar, because from what we could tell, we thought it was doing some sort of transformation magic on you. So, we tried multiple different means of getting it off of you in the past, but we kind of stopped that once we arrived in the city 2 days ago. Here in the city, I think I mentioned, but the cat form was having a ton of issues impacted by the dampener that suppresses magic over the city. And I left, but we were able to keep you alive. And then last night I left you with someone I thought was a friend at the university overnight. And then when I got in there this morning, you were a maimed corpse. And then eventually, then I ended up touching the gem, and now you're this form.
So, it seems the rules of our little game are just the same as they've ever been. That's good, at least. In that case, let me impress upon you that my other self, Capper, was right not to let go of that necklace, the collar.
Okay.
It's part of a deal I made many, many, many years ago. In real time, probably before any of you were born. The time's not important. This necklace is going to keep me alive. Anytime I die, someone has to reach it, and it'll bring me to whatever form I need to be for where I am in that moment. I don't know who turned me into that cat. Perhaps it was the wise one. But it seems he's dropped me here and given me this form to fit in the beast world. Although, are there cats with wings in the beast world? He said, kind of looking over himself.
I haven't seen one before.
Dear. Anyways, all you really need to know is that we take turns. In one life, I am that creature. It might be a cat, a dog, a bird, even. But the rough details are the same. It's unintelligent, it keeps memories from its past lives, just as I do, and it doesn't communicate with me, nor I with it. This is, what I'm affectionately calling the game, but it's also the deal I struck with the one Capper calls the wise one. A bid for eternal life, if you will.
Oh. Okay. Well, I can't say that I know what happened to Capper. It appears that he was dead in what looks like it's about to be investigated as a crime scene. Like, there was some sort of struggle or something, and I remember ice magic and another person petrified in the same room where I found Capper's corpse.
Well,
Do you know if there's anybody after you?
Oh, certainly there's people after me, but I, I, far be it from me to say they should know where I am, especially a world so strange as this. Capper will know what happened to him if he was awake when it happened. You'll just need to wait until he returns. For now, I'm well, I'm also Capper. It's nice to meet you, Gabriel.
Nice to meet you too. And then I'm gonna reach out to shake his hand.
He will clasp your hand in his own, apparently not remembering that cats, when they flex their paws, push their claws outward. He unintentionally
Wow.
scratches up the back of your hand.
Yeah, I'm gonna noticeably grimace.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
It's fine. New form and everything, I guess.
So, the wise one. He's not appeared in this world yet, has he?
I don't know. I don't think so. Um, Unfortunately, I don't know much about you about Capper's past life before we found him in the in that underground tunnel, and he didn't seem to recall anything either.
That's strange. He ought to be able to remember everything. Uh, did he hit his head or something?
I don't know. Um, he might have just been unwilling to talk. But all that he, all that I've told you so far, and the three things that I know about the Wise One are all I really know about Capper from before I found him.
All right. Seems I'll need to
He
be looked.
did.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
He did feel that he had some particular purpose, like a goal of some kind that he's supposed to be trying to accomplish.
Then may we help him to find what it was, as soon as I am aware of what it was. Until then, Gabriel, you're the only person I know in this place. Is it too much to ask to travel with you, temporarily?
Sure. I will warn you that we are dealing with our own sort of dangerous problems ourselves. But I think that we'd be able to um, travel with you as in until you're able to get your bearings and figure out what you want to do.
Very well. Another deal then. I'll help you with whatever and wherever I can, if you will provide somewhere to return to. Is this agreeable?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And I'll try not to be too much of a disappointment.
Please don't stress yourself about that. I guess I hinted at it before, but this world is currently dealing with a new disease. We call it right now. It's just called the plague.
The plague. Okay. What are your symptoms?
Um. So basically, there are these yellow flowers, and then I'm going to open up my notebook and flip to a sketch I drew of the one of them previously. Um, they Some appear to be out in the wild, but if someone is infected with the plague, they have these on their body.
I see.
And over time, I guess we'd say that they like slowly grow feral and less less human.
And this is no ranger's work. It couldn't be the manifestation of some... What do you call them? Sorry, he would know, the DM doesn't.
Okay.
The something bloom ranger, I think. Fungal something.
Well, I'm gonna guess
Or?
no.
That's a druid.
Ah, druid, yes. Okay. Yeah. I don't suppose it could be some effect of just a very powerful druid. I mean, it's not like their sicknesses and infestations spread like this.
Yeah. And it appears to be, I mean, it's very contagious. So at this point, if someone is infected, they're basically exiled until they eventually either die or become a husk of themselves.
Could I observe one of the infected?
Um, sure. There should be some on the outskirts of the city here, but we do need to keep our distance.
I can do that, he says, with an almost excited-looking smile.
Okay. Um, all right. I guess I will try to help him up if he was sitting, and then lead him outside.
All right. So, in the effort to get things situated such that we can wrap up properly, I'm going to return to
Damien's with not Gabriel. Damien's with Manuelo.
okay. Then you've witnessed this fist fight. Um, it was kind of sad to watch. It was incredibly one-sided, but honorably, Dragon Bro did stop attacking once Manuelo was unconscious. And seeming satisfied with his work, he's just gonna walk away now, leaving him in your care.
Why attack someone that doesn't deserve it?
What's that thing that people outside of the monastery say? Talk shit, get hit. That was it.
There are better ways. I know for one, if you talk shit too much, then you do get hit. And in my method, I lost more than I would hope.
Oh, forgive me. I fail to see the value in a lecture of morality from someone who's been torturing me for the past 12 hours. But no, by all means, go on, tell me what you think he doesn't deserve.
No, honestly, we all are at fault. We tortured you. I tried to fix the damage that I did, but you were tortured, and that's fair.
Anyways,
I'm-
if you have nothing else to say, he's just gonna move on.
I just want to point out Manuelo didn't participate in the fucking torturing or anything.
You're
He didn't.
you're right. He stood around chatting shit, and that's what pissed him off the most.
Yeah, you literally threatened to you threatened that we were going to find someone he loves and kill them. Like,
Yeah, I know. Like, Manuel 100% deserved to get beating the shit out of him, but he didn't participate in any torturing or anything.
Okay, well, at what point is Gabriel stumbling back upon these people?
Damien would once again just start picking up Manuel.
Not the stack of potatoes, Manuel.
Damien just picks up Manuel and walks back up to the carriage.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna say that Gabriel and Capper are walking towards the wagon. And,
Sack of potato.
yeah, I guess I'll, like, go ahead and knock on the door to check where how the other three, well, how the others are doing.
Is Damien just like going to approach right behind him?
Yeah,
Well, I
Beatrix
thought,
is in the wagon cleaning up blood.
okay. Well, I thought that you had already carried him inside. You carried Manuelo inside. Yeah, I'm just gonna knock on the door. It's me, Gabriel.
Oh, Gabriel, come on in.
All right. Well, I'm gonna step inside. Okay, so I do need to explain something first. He says, well, looking around at the state of things.
Yeah, Beatrix is just in the floor, like, trying to clean up what I imagine is a fairly large pool of blood.
Okay, yeah, he definitely stops and just stares like his eyes bug out of his skull, staring at the amount of blood that was there. Did you get your results?
Oh, yes, we did. And don't worry, he's alive.
Okay. Anyway, so, and then I guess I'll motion for Capper to come in. I don't know what happened to Capper the cat that we were carrying around, but he was he was definitely attacked by someone. But through I guess some sort of magic, the cat Capper shares a life with this version of Capper. And I'm gonna look to him. Did I understand that correctly?
During your explanation, Capper has had a tremendous amount of trouble getting in the door of the wagon because his wings are caught on the upper threshold of the door.
Okay, well, I'll
You need
reach.
to tie those.
Uh, Gabriel's gonna reach over and like help him and like shove down and fidget around to try and make it easier for him to get inside.
When he finally is through the doorway, he turns to Beatrix and says, hi. Hi there.
Hello.
Um,
She's just going to look at him and stand up out of the floor now. And at this point, she's trying to, stay humble. But she's just gonna prestidigitation the room clean and herself. And we already got the explanation, right, for who this person is? Question mark.
I gave something vague that he and the cat share a consciousness or something.
Right. Well, I prefer you in this
Oh.
form, sir.
I'm sorry. Did I upset you?
No.
Um, the cat version of Capper wasn't particularly friendly.
I see. But, well,
Damien just at the same time walks through. Hold on, I have a Manuelo. Hello, Angel. What the hell?
I'm sorry for any negative impression he may have left, Miss he says, reaching for your hand.
Oh, fuck. What name is she gonna give him? She'll like let him take her hand and she'll say, Valerie.
Gabriel's gonna look over confused for a second and be like, oh, before remembering that we were doing the fake name thing. Yeah, anyway, this is Valerie. And then that's Damien and Manuelo, and Morgan is somewhere around here, I think. That's our traveling crew. And then I am gonna take a look over at Manuelo.
I talked to the bastard that beat him up, and
Okay. Well, I'm
don't worry
going
about
to
him.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level on him. Give me a second to remember how that works again.
Um,
Okay.
Capper, taking Valerie's hand, will bring it to his face and do that European-style kiss the ring finger thing. It's a fine name, to be sure. Who else are we traveling with?
Ah, yes. Well, and she'll motion around to everyone. First she'll say, well, this is Morgan, our wonderful scout on our little mission here in Aloris.
He will attempt to do the same kind of thing with Morgan, who will draw her hand back and say, "What are you doing?" It's just a custom. I'm sorry if I've offended you, he said with a bow. Morgan will kind of narrow her eyes, look at Beatrix, and be like, "You seeing this?"
I mean, I'm not complaining about it.
Let's not and say we did.
And your name, sir? The cat says,
Damien's
turning to
near
Damon.
enough, but you could just call me Damien.
Delightful to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Damien, just bow.
And this one, he says, looking at the apparently dead sloth.
Yeah, his name is Manuelo. He's still breathing and everything. I think he's just gonna need a minute to recover. I don't know how many hit points he had before, but my Cure Wounds healed him for a total of 10.
I can cast Cure Wounds too if you need it. You know, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level.
Okay.
Now, I
At 7.
I hate to disrupt anything. I don't know what situations are like right now, but is there anywhere I might rest for a while? I feel quite tired.
I could sleep on the freaking top of the wagon. You could take my bed.
That's very kind, but I don't want to put you out.
Trust me, I live more with less.
Okay. He will head towards your bed and slowly sit down.
Plenty of to be fair, Damien usually sleeps on either the ceiling or on the top, either way.
Yeah. Okay, so, I guess I'm gonna look back over to Beatrix. Do we have a lead on where to go next?
Yes, actually. Well, we know we're looking for someone named Crescendo. Supposedly, on an uncharted island in Alar. Unfortunately, the man whose head no longer exists is the one who knew the coordinates. Um, so either we need to make a plan of action, basically. Either we can talk to some sailors, see what waters this supposed island could be in, or he also gave us a lead about one more person at their old monastery who was supposedly in on this whole little plot and who should have the coordinates. We just have to decide what we're doing.
Okay. Since Alar is my homeland, can I roll like history or something to see if I've heard people talk about Uncharted Islands?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. 19.
All right. Uncharted Islands are not an uncommon thing in the beast world, at least at the moment, as willful beasts have only existed for about 1,000 years. So there's still plenty of world to discover.
Yeah, there. Odds are we're going to have to track down that monk who knew more details. We'd have to do a lot of sailing without any sort of specific guidance if we want to try and find an island, a particular island.
Well, that is unfortunate, given that that monastery is the entire other side of the fucking world.
Great.
So we have a monster to keep up with and a plague to keep up with.
Oh, right. Speaking of monster, I don't know what happened with the professor and the gem, but when I went in there last night to look at it, it appeared like it's possible. I mean, like it is alive again. Like if it wasn't kept inside the box, it would have turned into the monster we saw before.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's currently still in the professor's office.
Perhaps we should fix that.
Give me my axe, Beatrix.
Oh, she'll pick it up and hand it back to Damien.
Thank you.
But no, I'm sure we could manage to get our way in there and find that crystal.
Yeah.
Did you
And oh,
you
sorry.
mentioned that there was an area of it felt cold, right? Where Casper was?
Yeah. It seemed that the oh so I left Capper with Miguel for a bit of time while I was spying on the professor. And I think during that time, either when I came back, the room was locked and nobody answered. So I went to check in the morning, and that's when I found Capper dead and the brethren that was hanging out with Miguel also dead, and Miguel nowhere to be seen.
Freaking brilliant. He has this cloak, though, that makes him very charismatic.
I'm sorry, what was that about Miguel?
Um, he was he was with the cat the night before I found the cat dead, and now he's missing. Um, so I don't know what happened.
Well, I think we should find out before we leave town.
Yeah. And the professor is Oh, I should mention. Alia apparently put in a warning to the village that there's a chance we may that we are potentially high risk for bringing plague into the village.
I am pristine blooded. I can't get diseases.
But the professor sounded like he was going to make that problem go away because he appears to have some sort of leverage on Alia to have her continue researching the oil creatures with our help.
You know,
What's her problem with us?
this dude is screaming mad villain energy.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Well, Alia was concerned about that guard that I murdered yesterday. But I don't know what the professor's deal is.
Well, I think tonight we should sneak in and find out.
Okay.
If we're going in tonight, we must best be prepared just in case if they're willing to use that gem on us.
Agreed. Before we go, before we start doing anything rash, let me go talk to Alia.
Also, we should probably make sure that Manuel's up before doing this.
Yeah, I've got to do that while Manuel is recovering.
Do you think it's wise to head to the university alone, given how things seem to be pretty suspicious over there?
That probably isn't in. Yeah, I could probably use some company.
Well, I need to figure out what happened to Miguel, so I'll join you, Gabriel.
Okay.
She's just smirking.
Gabriel didn't notice, but he's gonna go ahead and start walking over to the university again.
All right. That, unfortunately, is where I'm going to have to call it for today. But I have some really, really good news. We have just completed the first major story beat of the campaign, and, as promised, that means you guys are leveling up.
Oh. Nice.
Yeah. So the way I've got it structured is there are a few... I've finally mapped it all out now. There are a few high difficulty optional story beats that you guys may or may not go for. They're not necessary to finish the campaign, just challenges if you want them that will also result in level ups. But for each of the major story beats leading up to actually getting rid of the infection, you will also get a level up. So yeah, that's the roadmap for now.
Alright.
That also means that what level the campaign ends on is just dependent on how much side stuff you guys want to do. But we'll talk about all that off stream. For now, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you, I Do Things, for the donation, and for Brian and to Brian for gifting a sub, and for everyone who's contributed to the Sing It FWA bits goal so far. Here's hoping I do have a video for you all when I return on May 13th. That said, you guys have a wonderful day. Love you all. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to others. And yeah, if you've missed any of the previous stuff, go check them out on youtube.com/@Mariarasu for some reason. Yeah. I'm out of things to say.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you, Gabriel, for bailing me out. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Stay safe. Don't do something stupid, and know that we all love you.
There we go.
Are heroes.
Perfect outro.